Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders.
Order, government bills common. Reprise du débat sur la motion portant deuxième lecture.
Resume debate at second reading of Bill C-10. An act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to be joining debate on C-10. And there's a Yiddish saying that says, when you sweep the house, you find everything. So I'm not sweeping this house. I'm sure it's the cleanest house in Canada right now. I'm sure the staff is doing amazing work. But in reading the legislation that is now before the House, I had to actually go and sweep articles of what the minister believes and what the government believes C-10 will achieve, especially as I think the conditions have changed over the past 4 weeks on the intent of the government in C-10 and what it hopes to achieve. So I hope to demonstrate to the House that I think the government is confounding two different issues. I think there is a role for the government to play in ensuring there are regulations and laws in place to offset disinformation, active attempts by a foreign government or entities with a nefarious purpose to spread disinformation that has an objective to achieve either discord or chaos in our country, cause economic harm, whatever that is. I don't think there is a place as much for government to deal with misinformation, because I think Canadians are excellent at dealing with it themselves. The government minister responsible for the legislation, the Minister for Heritage, has said that he wants to make sure, and I'm just a headline of an article interview he gave, regulation of online hate speech coming soon, says minister, and then this is the legislation that was suggested. Hate speech is already banned in the criminal code. There is a way for the police to monitor and to go after individuals who spread hate speech. And nobody on this side of the House or any side of the House agrees with hate speech. And I do my very best to make sure that when I see it online, that I address it as well, whether it's directed at ethnicities or religions, whatever the purpose that is behind it. The same minister, the Minister for Heritage, also said that the government wants to block messages on the internet and social media that might undermine Canada's social cohesion. It's a lofty goal for the government to want to do these things in legislation like C-10 and the vast extension of government powers that it's allowing. And I'll go through some of the government powers I think I find quite questionable. It's a lofty goal, but I question whether that's the right role for government to be taking on, to ensuring the social cohesion of a country. I think our citizens, our civic virtues, our NGOs and civic organizations do it. They do this job already. It's not the job of the government to be, proposing such legislation as I see here. Because what I see in this legislation in C-10 is the government's opening the door to state regulation of the internet. And people define the internet different ways, but we interact with it every single day, whether it be people who watch things, on streaming services online, they interact with others on different platforms. I think this is an area I think the government is erring by getting into it. The same minister went on to say that he wanted to prevent media platforms from sowing doubt in the population in regards to public institutions, but I find the government does an excellent job of sowing doubt in public institutions itself. Well, we were told months ago that we were going to have vaccines distributed and everybody vaccinated by September of this year, 2021. And then we saw an announcement, I think it was for AstraZeneca vaccines, for a facility that's not even built right now. It'll be finished, I believe it is in July. And in 2 months, we're supposed to believe that somehow this facility will save the day and that Pfizer vaccines will be available now that their facility has been upgraded. But it sows doubt amongst people in my riding who trusted the government at the beginning, who had faith in the public institutions and in public servants that the government had a handle on this. They don't believe that anymore. I had a digital town hall yesterday, and the majority of the questions I had to field from constituents back home, I had over 600 on this digital town hall at one point, was on the government's kind of drip and drab approach to the travel restrictions that they've introduced and how confusing they are. And I'm honestly, Madam Speaker, I'm just as confused as everybody else. So I think the government does enough job of undermining public trust in public institutions when it botches the rollout of the vaccine to the provinces and when it introduces random restrictions. They don't need legislation like this, but I think legislation like this, and I'll go into some of the definitions that I have concerns about over what it will do. So first of all, I have concerns that the bill is choosing to limit the oversight powers of parliamentary committees with respect to the directives and regulations that will be adopted by the CRTC. It's in the end part of these amendments to the Broadcasting Act that will go around the powers that Parliament rightfully has to oversee what is being done. I get this all the time. Constituents are asking me to intervene into the actions and regulatory activities of the CRTC. So it's in the back end, and I have concerns about this. In the Act, the broadcasting undertakings includes a distribution undertaking, and it's adding an online undertaking. And so this is where I have a lot of people in my riding, and probably about a dozen, who have quite successful YouTube channels. Toy channels, just travel, when travel was easily available to do. And YouTube is one of those platforms which I think the government is targeting for regulation because it does two things. It's both a streaming service and it's also a platform, kind of a commons area, kind of like this chamber, for people to put up funny videos, put up serious videos, and put up their opinions. And whether you like their opinions or not, I think is totally secondary. So I think this is an expansion of what the government is trying to do. So at the very beginning, when the legislation was tabled, and now I see a lot of independent media saying they're very concerned that they're going to be regulated directly by the government. So who gets to decide what is misinformation? And what I see happening by mostly parties on the left, but it happens, I think, all over the spectrum. I don't think misinformation is now whatever I don't like, whatever opinion I don't agree with. And I know there's a lot of Liberal caucus members who they have opinions I disagree with. But I don't want to censor them. I want to debate them on the floor of the House, preferably. I don't want to do it over Twitter. I will say Twitter, to me, is one of the lowest of all platforms. It's where people get attacked, mobbed, and basically treated like second-class citizens, I think would be a nice thing to say. When I talk to constituents about it, I call Twitter generally a sewer, is what it is. The type of activities, the bots that are all over the place, the vicious attacks I see on politicians, both on the Liberal caucus side and against Conservatives. All members, I think, have been victims at some point of really nasty online commentary, either calling for violence and treating them like very poorly. That, I think we can all agree with, is something awful, and I think something quite unique to that particular platform. Going on to other parts of legislation I'm worried about, there is a part in here that is changing and amending a portion of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, not the act, but kind of what the intention is here. So I'm going to just read into the record. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, as a national public broadcaster, should provide broadcasting, that's the new amendment, services incorporating a wide range of programming that informs, enlightens, and entertains. I have a hard time, you're giving me the signal to end, Madam Speaker, so I'll finish on this point. I have a hard time believing that lots of the material right now being broadcast by the CBC or on their online platforms informs or enlightens or entertains, unless it's a high form of satire that they're producing in their news section. So, Madam Speaker, my time is up, and I thank you for giving me the signal. Or you're saying I have another minute? Well, we'll continue then. Just to say that in C10, in this legislation, I don't think the government achieves what it wants to do. And the idea that they had months ago when they tabled it, a modernization of broadcasting, is something generally many members here could agree with, especially, at least in my lifetime, with the advent of the internet. We saw a lot of people migrate. So a lot of customers migrated away from cable providers. Cable used to be the it thing in the 1990s. I wouldn't know. I never had cable. My family couldn't afford it. But everybody has migrated to these online services. And now the government is basically catching up to regulating these online services. But I think they're going way overboard. I think they've missed the mark. I don't think this is the way we should go about regulating it, and taking away from Parliament the ability to question and oversee regulators like the CRTC. I consistently get complaints about the CRTC, and I don't think more government power, what is shared online by Canadians, the discussions that they're having at home and then online, is an area the government should be getting into. I don't think they have the wisdom. I don't think they have the ability. They'll always be catching up to where society and civic institutions that are not attached to government are going. So I think they're erring, and I won't be supporting this particular legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must confess I'm a bit confused because the member just spoke at length about a bill that hasn't been tabled, which is an upcoming bill on issues of online harm, child pornography, incitement to violence, to terrorism.
Could members not participating please put their mics? Do you have a point of order? The Honourable Member. We don't have your sound. You put yourself on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, sorry. The individual was not on screen, and I just realized now he did add himself to camera, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, the Minister was on screen from the start here. Please proceed, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I was saying, I'm a bit confused. The member spoke at length about a bill that hasn't been tabled, which is a bill that will be dealing with online harm, such as child pornography, incitement to violence, terrorism. And it seems he hasn't read Bill C-10, which deals with how the government wants to legislate to ensure that online platforms do their fair share when it comes to cultural investments in Canada, Madam Speaker. It has nothing to do with online harm, which is a very important subject. And in fact, many members of the opposition have asked us to. That bill hasn't been tabled.
I have to give the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd an opportunity to answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister's point, he said in November 18th, 2020 in a House of Commons speech, and he was referring to this legislation, he was talking about tackling the issue, saying voluntary self-regulation does not work. Including Canada, we're concerned about misinformation, online hate, and web giants' blatant inability to self-regulate. And he goes on and on and on. I think the two issues are together. You're handing massive powers to the CRTC and taking away powers from Parliament. I look forward to seeing this other legislation that the Minister proposes to table before the House.
L'Honourable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the colleague for his remarks. I'd like to ask him if he'd read the bill because it doesn't talk about some of the aspects he raised. I was surprised by his comment when he talked about people making a distinction between real information and false information. I wondered if my colleague, given the incidents that occurred in the United States in January, think that they could be the result of the propagation of false information. I'd like to have his opinion on that, and I'd like him to give me, if he can, the indications that lead him to believe that people can make a distinction between what is real and false information. Having said that, Madam Speaker, even if it doesn't deal directly with the Bill C-10, which we are discussing here today.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. What we saw in Washington in January was, I believe, the outcome of a 2-month-long misinformation campaign by the former president. That's what caused the situation. Several conservative American papers said that there were no newspapers reporting that what he said was right. But I have confidence that people can make a distinction between what is accurate, real, and what is false online. And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they can make that distinction.
River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech. As a member who represents a more rural and remote riding, one of the things I know about the local content makers in my region is that they really tell us about what's happening in our communities. And one of the things I also know is these larger media, Facebook, social media, use a lot of that content without any sort of support to these regional content makers. I think of, for example, the North Island Eagle that represents the northern part of the region that I represent on the island side. They do a lot of work to bring those stories. Is there any feedback that the member has on how we can support these folks and use this, and I don't think this is an aggressive enough bill, to actually support those small businesses that really keep...
I think the support shouldn't come through the social media platforms, because actually they're spreading good journalism and good stories that are being spread. I'll give the member an example through you, Madam Speaker. The National Observer, I think we can all agree, is mostly independent media of, I think, center-left at least. But I'm a reader. I'm a fan of their journalism, their work. I would have never found it if it hadn't been for a social media platform.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to give an overview of some of the inadequacies of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. The Liberal government has once again said one thing in its messaging and preamble on what this bill will do, rather than what the content of the bill actually enacts. They have messaged to Canadians that this bill will ensure that online broadcasting is covered under the Act. They indicate that it updates broadcasting and regulatory policies to better reflect the diversity of Canadian society and modernizes and provides the CRTC with new enforcement powers through an administrative monetary penalty scheme. Updating and modernizing the Broadcasting Act is very important, as it's been almost 30 years since any significant change to the Canadian broadcasting regulations. Many of my younger colleagues have commented during speeches on this topic on how old they were when changes were last made to the Broadcasting Act, even speaking to the fact that they were but a glimmer in their parents' eye. Well, I can't say that I was there when Morse code was the essence of radio, but I do share a birthday year with CKSW, a country music radio station to Swift Current, Saskatchewan, serving southwestern Saskatchewan that first began broadcast in 1956. I grew up enjoying Saturday morning cartoons with the Flintstones, the Roadrunner, and Bugs Bunny. Saturday nights was hockey night in Canada, and Sunday evenings were popcorn for supper as we were entertained by Red Skeleton and Carol Burnett. Movies filmed a detective as he slowly crept along an entire block, and advertisements for headache relief lasted a full 60 seconds. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. But that being said, boy, do I love getting to watch what I want, when I want, as much as I want. And that's where we're at today, in the blink of an eye. But enough of precious memories, on to the task at hand. This act provides the guidelines for everything in our media industry and is a crucial vehicle for determining fairness in the way this industry is regulated, while ensuring it is vibrant and growing with opportunities for Canadians. How our Canadian broadcasters operate to how we support Canadian content and production is in this bill, or in this Broadcasting Act. The arrival of internet and online streaming services have been a reality for a long time now and have been competing with Canadian broadcasters on an uneven playing field. Unfortunately, this bill, C-10, does not meet the need to set policies and standards required to level that playing field. To be true, this bill is vague. It does not address important aspects of issues important to industry stakeholders, like ensuring that web giants like Google and Facebook have to compete under the same rules that Canadian companies have to. It doesn't explain how digital platforms and conventional players will compete on an even playing field. C-10 does not require broadcasters to contribute to the creation of Canadian content or the Media Fund, as is currently the case for Canadian broadcasters who are required to do so. Under the previous majority liberal government, the then Minister of Heritage championed the decision of Netflix to support Canadian content with a $5 million commitment. However, I couldn't help noticing that this generous contribution was immediately followed by an increase in monthly consumer fees, which smacks of Canadians paying outright for this supposed act of generosity and supposed appreciation for investing in Canadian content. The issue of proprietary content that is shared on digital platforms is also not addressed. The project does nothing to address the inequity between digital and conventional media, the regulation of social media, such as Facebook, and the sharing of advertising royalties demanded by traditional media. As well, the absence of language guidelines in the bill disadvantages Francophone communities by failing to ensure that online broadcasters create content in both official languages. There are no guidelines to regulate French content, and the specificity of Quebec culture is not mentioned. The one and only measure to increase the place of French language is to replace the reference in Section 3(1)K, stating that a range of broadcasting services in English and in French shall be progressively extended to all Canadians as the means becomes available. It was replaced by simply removing that last part and leaving it as a range of broadcasting services in English and in French shall be progressively extended to all Canadians. This does not better reflect the diversity of Canadian society. It changes it, for sure. However, it's unacceptable and represents a much vaguer and weaker approach than the Act provides for Aboriginal, racialized, and LGBTQ content. Now, it's important to note, I'm not saying that their content should be minimized in any way, but simply that there is not an even playing field here, even within the Act, in regards to French and English content. And it's important that we do this. I have children in homeschool who watch French language television to increase their French capability, something I wish I had the opportunity of and could have done as I was growing up. Now, much more difficult for this lady that shares a birthday with a radio station. It does nothing as well to modernize the copyright law. With C-10, the Trudeau government introduced a broad delegation of powers to the CTRC without including clear guidelines in terms of the percentages of Canadian content required, fees and contributions, expenses, French content, and so on. The CRTC's powers were not even clearly defined at all. In fact, the bill even chooses to limit the oversight powers of parliamentary committees with respect to the directives and regulations adopted by the CRTC. And it also limits broadcasters' ability to appeal a decision. This is not acceptable. The message they're sending is trust us, and you'll see it later. They will therefore wait several months for the CRTC to act with very limited parliamentary oversight. This is very poor governance on behalf of Canadians. Canadians expect and deserve accountability and oversight of their government, of any and all laws and regulations, public institutions governing their opportunities as individuals and peoples. Taking authority away from committees' capacity for oversight, from the Auditor General, increasing state control of information and conversation is regressive, not progressive, and is serious overreach by this Liberal government. In a minority situation, it would have been much more appropriate to come up with a clear bill detailing in concrete terms the government's approach on all of these issues, rather than simply giving the CRTC more discretion and telling Canadians to wait and see how it would be exercised. Stakeholders have outlined the many shortcomings I've mentioned today, and in their defense, C-10 is not supportable without significant amendments that respond to those requests. And I can only hope that the Liberal government has been listening to our stakeholders. Media, it's changed forever, and Canadians have changed how they gather information and find entertainment. They've also come to realize that there are no limits on the opportunities to choose where they go for their content. Apparently, I'm having trouble with my audio. This is something I deal with all the time. I apologize. Saskatchewan, for connectivity, comes and goes for me, Madam Speaker, and I'm very frustrated with that because I want what I have to say to be heard. I don't know what to do at this point. IT wants to connect with me.
Could I just ask the member to verify that her microphone is selected as the Realtek microphone and not the computer one on your on the little icon that shows the sound?
Is that better?
Yes, yes, much better.
Okay.
Please proceed.
It appears it jumped to a different microphone. Well, to proceed, how much time do I have, Madam Speaker?
A minute and a half. 1 minute and a half.
A minute and a half. Okay. Thank you. I apologize that folks, and especially to those that are listening in within our Canadian public, wish that I had caught that earlier. So that being said, I'll just end with saying that C10 does not succeed in making the changes to our broadcast system that are needed to ensure that who we are, what we say, and how we say it within Canada and to the world is going to be available in the way it should be going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was very interested to hear the comments about the importance of French productions. And I was going to ask because the member asked a question about consultation with stakeholders, and I'm wondering what she has to say in response to all of the Francophone witnesses that appeared at committee on Monday, as well as La Disque that said, Enfin, le Canada rejoint les pays.
Finally, Canada is joining countries with the courage to protect their cultural production and diversity. It's a great day for funding and for music from here, including French music.
Who work in the industry and who are Francophone, who are applauding this act.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. All that I'm saying in this is that it is important that it have the same level of priority as all other languages and perspectives in Canada. And my impression from what I have read and heard was that that is not the case. And I'm just affirming the fact that that is something that needs to be a priority for our Broadcasting Act and for the way that we communicate as Canadians. And we need to ensure that these large other platforms do their part in ensuring that that is accessible for Canadians and for others that would like to have that opportunity. And that applies for me as much to our Indigenous opportunities as well as other ethnic groups and heritage groups within Canada, that private and smaller stations, radio stations, and television stations for remote areas are protected. And that's the responsibility of government. And handing things over completely the way that this legislation is doing to the CRTC is not taking full responsibility for our responsibility.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech on C10. She said that the modernization of this act was being done at the expense of Francophone communities, and my colleague asked the question about Francophone culture. What does my colleague think about the Bloc's proposal that 40% of taxes imposed on web giants be dedicated to the production of Francophone content? I'd like to hear what she has to say about that proposal. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, first of all, and the thing that I think is most important here is that that is something that needs to be done, is that we need to, I think, follow in Australia's footsteps when it comes to these larger platforms that basically are not being required in many places around the world to contribute in the countries where they have viewers. And so, we need to take a stand here in Canada the way that they have there, and not allow these platforms that are so large that they, like many large corporations now, seem to think that they have more power than our governments. And it is our governments that should be representing Canadians, whether they are Francophone or English speaking. I would love to be bilingual. I'm giving it an attempt, but it's not going as well as I would wish it was. That being said, French content is important, and I think that is a direction that we need to go to make sure that within Canada, that is always accessible and accessible in good content.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, I thank the member so much for her speech. I enjoy working with her on the Veterans Committee and happy to hear from her today. One of the questions that I have for her today is around, through you, Madam Speaker, around the CRTC consultations. I think it's very important that those be very transparent. And when I look again as a member who represents a more rural riding with small newspapers and radio stations that really do a fantastic job at reflecting to our region what's happening in our communities, I think it's important that it be transparent, it be independent, and take into account the particular needs of Canadian businesses and workers. And I'm just wondering if the member could speak to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville, 15 seconds.
Oh, I thank the member for her question. And I too come from a rural riding, and local content is incredibly important to us. And I do so with scenarios where there are small radio stations and TV stations that struggle, that should have the full support. In the same way that I'm talking about language fairness, that applies here too to regional needs across the country.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. In short, Bill C-10 creates a regulatory mess of our streaming and broadcasting industry here in Canada. I understand one of the main reasons this bill is being brought forward is because it has been so long since our broadcasting regulations have been updated and our current policies are extremely out of date. So yes, we need to update the Broadcasting Act, but C-10 as it currently stands is a regulatory mess. There are real harms that could come from this legislation, and I will use my time today to focus on how this bill is far broader than many realize, and certainly broader than the minister has claimed. This has led to a lack of understanding of the consequences of the bill as it relates to the general public. I'll start with addressing the limitations that the government claims are integrated into this bill so that it is not too overreaching. The minister said in the House of Commons, quote, "User-generated content, new content, and video games will not be subject to the new regulations. Furthermore, entities will need to reach a significant economic threshold before any regulation can be imposed. This claim the minister made is false, as there is no specific economic threshold that is established by the bill, which means that all internet streaming services carried in Canada, domestically and foreign-owned, are subject to Canadian regulation. That would mean if someone has a Canadian subscribers, this law would apply regardless of where the service provider is located. The limitations the minister is referring to are that the bill gives the CRTC the power to exempt services from regulation. It also leaves it entirely up to the CRTC to establish thresholds that regulations for the bill are enacted. But make no mistake, handing this half-baked legislation to the CRTC is not a fix, and the same as claiming that the bill contains significant economic thresholds. It is probably fair to say the CRTC will not limit its regulatory approach to companies that generate large revenues in Canada, as they'll want to generate more revenue in order for the CRTC to determine who might be exempt, as it's only likely to require that for smaller foreign service providers register the CRTC and provide it with confidential subscriber information, revenue data, and whatever else the CRTC may ask for. This policy could have unintended consequences, and internet streaming services thinking about entering the Canadian marketplace could put their plans on hold until this legislation has been implemented for some time, until they have a better understanding of what they will face from the regulatory perspective. This could lead to less competition, less choice, and an oligopoly market where Canadian consumers are overcharged. Further, on this economic threshold, the bill leaves the CRTC open to establish its own thresholds. Then what happens if they establish a high threshold that limits it to targeting a handful of large companies like Netflix, Prime Video, etc.? These are American companies, and the policy then, in turn, invites a trade challenge. As I quoted earlier, the minister said there are exemptions for user-generated content, news content, and video games, and that none of those are subject to new regulations. There is a reference to the user-generated content in the bill, but it covers the individuals, not necessarily the site themselves. YouTube, as an example, is only exempt if it limits itself to user-generated content. Once it moves outside that realm and has subscription services, as the site currently does, then it is caught by this legislation. So there won't be as many sites and services that actually are 100% completely excluded from this legislation. So maybe now you see what I am getting at by saying this bill is a regulatory mess. Continuing to the video game side, there is no reference in this legislation, just an assurance by the government that video games will be exempt. But we've heard assurances from the Liberal government before, and know their assurances don't carry much weight. On the issue of news content, the minister said those are excluded too. But once again, that's not actually the case. Online sites that offer news in video and audio format fall into this gray area, where they could be interpreted to fall under this bill. The language surrounding news content in this bill is confusing to say the least. For example, it says news sites that do not predominantly display text are not captured by the Act. But what it doesn't say are those same news sites that rely on audio and video will be regulated by the Act. The potential scope of news site regulation under this bill is wide-ranging, as it covers everything from small local media sites to podcast, as the bill stands. So when the minister said news content is excluded, that's just not true. Whether we're talking about Rebel Media, Press Progress, or anything in between, it is important online news not be affected by regulatory burdens intended to target large companies, because that would be doing the exact opposite of leveling the playing field, as the government claims the bill is supposed to do. Regulating internet content in any way sets a dangerous precedent and is a threat to the freedom of expression. We must ensure this bill does not do that. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I only have a few minutes left, and I have not even begun to address the massive costs associated with the implementation and enforcement of Bill C-10. I am sure some of my colleagues will go into further detail on the costs, so I will leave it with them. But I'll just say the massive cost of this program will no doubt be passed along to the consumers. Since this legislation was introduced to the House, several of my constituents have emailed my office expressing their concerns with the legislation. Constituents fear that in attempting to level the playing field, the government will only make things worse. Quote, all C-10 will accomplish is further entrenching the power of the legacy media companies who already benefit from today's rigid CanCon Canada Media Fund structure, while leaving small and indie new media Canadian creators without meaningful government support. I absolutely agree. It is important we level the playing field, and I think most members have the same sentiment. But how do we do that is where we differ from the Liberals to Conservatives. As always, the Liberals want to bring in more taxes and punish ordinary Canadians that like to unwind and watch TV and movies. Conservatives, on the other hand, have a leader that is committed to leveling the playing field, but doing so by instead eliminating the goods and services taxes on subscriptions to Canadian digital platforms. Madam Speaker, I'll conclude by saying the government needs to step up and make clarifications in some of the areas I have outlined. As I have said, it seems we are trying to achieve the same goal here, but have different ideological approaches on how we get there. It is important that this legislation define the term significant economic threshold and stop passing the buck to the CRTC. I welcome questions and comments from my colleagues and hope we can work together to pass a bill that benefits the majority of Canadians and does not have unintended consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member, it's been some time since the Conservative Party campaigned on a campaign to stop any Netflix tax. I think it's the first time I thought about a Netflix tax was when Stephen Harper campaigned against it. I wonder what the current Conservative Party policy is. We know it's not in C10 to have a tax. It is, as described, a different form through the CRTC in the form of fines. But I wonder what the current Conservative Party policy is in relation to taxing digital giants.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Well, that was one of the things that we always want to talk about is making sure that no one's overtaxed, but yet we want to make sure we have our local or our Canadian content being treated the same as any of the big internet providers. Because if we're not treating them equally and fair and giving more things or more benefits to internet giants such as Netflix, we need to make sure that we treat everyone equally and fair. And that's why we'd like to remove the tax for our local providers.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
You're on mute, Minister.
My apologies, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I do have a couple of questions for the member from Yellowhead. He spoke. There seems to be a confusion between the broadcasting bill, which deals with cultural issues and has nothing to do with issues such as online harm or disinformation on the one hand. But he talked about the increase in cost, and Netflix has increased its subscription in 20 different countries. And my question to him is, does he think that this is that those increase in subscription in those 20 countries are a result of C10? And the previous Conservative member that spoke at great length about how they really like the Australian model. And believe it or not, Madam Speaker, but the Australian model has regulators to enforce the legislation. I have in fact spoken with those regulators. So I would like him to tell me the difference between what Australia is doing by using regulators and what Canada is proposing. How is that different? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Minister for your great question. I think that's one of the things that we always shouldn't be necessarily looking at is following somebody else's examples. We need to make sure we have our own Canadian-made that fits for Canada. And I mean, we have to have a lot of options available to us. When we start looking at whether or not the service providers, such as Netflix in this case, is raising their fees, that could be for a multitude of different reasons. And I don't want to start getting into whether or not the bill is starting to have an effect on these things. But there is potential when we start looking at whether the regulatory process is going to be followed here. So they possibly do know that there's more money coming forward or more money they'll have to put out in order to do this. So that could be the reason for their increases.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He seems to be pleading for the least possible amount of regulation, but doesn't he think that it's important to have some restrictions, for example, for Francophone content quotas, as the Bloc Québécois is asking? And also, I'd like to hear about community television and media. They are being left out in this bill. I'd like to hear from him about a minimum amount of recognition of these local media. In order to support them, there needs to be some kind of funding. I'd like to hear from him on that.
I'm not certain, I might be froze up. Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member. I have to admit that is one of my biggest concerns is the local media, how we're treating them in this bill. As well as when you talk about the Francophone, we need to make sure we have the culturally sensitive information. We are a bilingual country. We have to make sure that is entrenched in our communications, that we have proper amount of representation, whether it's in English and French, to make sure as we are both official languages in this country. So that's where I'd like to make sure this is strengthened. I don't think the bill does enough to strengthen our Francophone communities, and that is another area we need to improve on this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to. It's one of my first times speaking over the Zoom here, and so it's a new experience for me. I know that I much more appreciate speaking from the House today, and given the pandemic, that is not possible, and so here I am. Speaking in the House of Commons from Northern Alberta. It's kind of a weird thing, I'll tell you that much. But nonetheless, I see many of my friends on here, and they're all smiling, so I know that they must be doing okay around the world. C10, I must admit it's a tough bill to get through, in the fact that it just amends a whole bunch of other pieces of legislation, and that always drives me a little crazy when we're dealing with this stuff, because you get all these little chunks of law in the bill, and it's like, well, it makes an amendment to this act, and it makes an amendment to that act, and it makes an amendment, and you don't really get a full. It takes a long time to pull it all together and get a full picture of what we're all trying to achieve. But it does, what is clear from it is that it is giving the CRTC new powers, it's giving them new responsibilities. And I do know that I do get from time to time a lot of frustration with the CRTC in terms of it not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and it's doing things that people aren't appreciative of. And so I know that it will be, this is going to be interesting one way or the other. I know around internet, just internet installation, and who's bringing the internet to certain communities, that the CRTC gets involved, and many times whenever that's happening, there's paperwork to be filled out and phone calls to be made, and folks get frustrated with how the CRTC responds, as most government organizations. The CRA is similar, and then they end up in my office saying the government's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and I have to sort that all out. And so I know that regardless of where this bill goes and how it ends up, we will be having more folks showing up in my office complaining about the CRTC doing something or not doing something when it's supposed to be doing something. And so that's going to be, I know that that's going to be a challenge going forward. Madam Speaker, this is going to be around bringing Canadian content to Canadians. That has been an ongoing challenge. We live next door to a media giant, the United States. They have the budgets, they have the population, they have Hollywood. They are able to bring content to the world. I don't think that this is a unique problem for Canada. Although we are very close to the United States, our culture is similar to the United States. I would imagine the entire English-speaking world is dominated by American media, and we see that our local channels, just because it's easier and you can often get the content for a relatively low price, we end up with American content. That said, what's interesting about it is that we do have a national broadcaster dedicated to to Canada, paid for by our taxpayers' dollars. Over $1 billion a year goes to the CBC, and Canadian content sometimes is very minimal. I don't watch the CBC ever. I do listen to it on the radio in my pickup, but it's often that American politics and American stories take up the majority of the news cycle on our national broadcaster, and I always find that fascinating. I do listen to the CBC in my pickup. I have to admit that I am Dutch, and I know that I am paying lots of money to fund the CBC, and so I do. For as long as I can stomach it, I listen to the CBC because I think I should get something for all that money that we were paying for the CBC. And so I do see that the CBC comes up in this bill from time to time. I hope that that will be part of it as well, is to ensure that it talks about the CBC, our national broadcaster, playing a role in our Canadian content. I know that is an important piece of what the national broadcaster is there for, and I do hope that we start to see a culture change in the CBC, so that Canadian content, Canadian topics, Canadian interest is covered, and not the news cycle not be covering 75% American stories. That drives me a little nuts, to be sure. I am a unique member of Parliament in the fact that I live hundreds of kilometers from the American border. So many Canadians live within hundreds of 100 kilometers of the American border. I live nearly 1,000 kilometers from the American border, and so I don't necessarily have as much to do with Americans every day of my life as maybe other Canadians. I'm not sure on the rest of Canada how much interaction they have with the United States, but I do know that when I went to university in BC, in the Fraser Valley, I lived in Abbotsford, on the American border. You could spit and hit it, I would always say. You could see it. And on the weekends, there would be a long lineup to go buy milk and gas just up the road from where I used to live there, going across the United States. And so when you lived in the Lower Mainland BC, interacting with the United States was a common occurrence. Where I live, the interactions with the United States probably come in the form of Amazon, and the things that we order have to come across the border. And every now and then you have to pay a little more money because there was something that happened at the border when your package was crossing the border, and they chopped the tape open, had a look at it, and then charged you $12 that you had to pay when you went to pick up your package. And so that's more the interactions that we have due to our relationship to the United States. And so I do see that there's a need for local content. I think that the $1 billion that we spend on the CBC could definitely be put towards that. I know that the CBC infrastructure is, in many cases around where I live, is the only radio station that you can pick up. So that's the repeater infrastructure across northern Alberta. I value that. You don't have cell service for stretches when you're driving, but you do have CBC radio. It could be that we would have more regional content around that. We talk a lot about the Laurentian elite, and that comes out often. You get the CBC is very good and very representative of Eastern Canada. It tells the stories in the voice of a Central Canadian. Even when they're telling the story of the perspective of Northern Alberta or the territories or so, it is always in the voice of a Central Canadian. And I don't think it's necessarily intentional, but that is the way that it is. There's just a Central Canadian feel about it, and ironically, I don't think Central Canadians even understand what that is. It's probably in the same way, I don't really necessarily know what a Western Canadian is or does. An Eastern Canadian doesn't necessarily know what an Eastern Canadian says or does from the other perspective. And so I would love to see the CBC definitely like speak with a Western voice. And it comes down to just the way that we talk about things, the way that we think about things. You see that often. I don't know if it's because the journalism schools are located out east or what the deal is, but it's you get that like general sense that even when our stories are being told of Northern Alberta, Northern Canada, the territories, it's told in a Eastern voice. If that's even a thing, I'm not even sure if Eastern voice is a thing, but it's a term I'm just going to use, and I like it. So I'm excited to see that the government's going to take on trying to encourage national content. I'm always concerned about it when the Liberals get involved with trying to encourage or discourage anything that usually means taxing something, taxing and subsidizing, which is always a fascinating thing. I think there was something about if there's a successful company, you should tax it, and then when it's struggling, then you should subsidize it. There's a story about that, and that we've watched that over and over again. Is that the oil company, the oil sector here in Alberta was.
We have to interrupt for statements by members, and the honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments after oral questions. Déclaration des députés, l'honorable.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Gatineau. Madam Speaker, it was with sadness that we learned yesterday of the death of Robert Labine, former mayor of Gatineau and great architect of our city. Mr. Labine was mayor during years of growth, and he was responsible for building several infrastructure projects that left their mark on the Gatineau landscape, including the police headquarters and the city hall. Over the years, he continued to contribute to the growth of our region, namely as president of the Outaouais Urban Community and co-chair of the 2010 Jeux du Québec de Gatineau. Mr. Labine helped make Gatineau and our region a dynamic community recognized throughout Quebec. A visionary and passionate about politics, Mr. Labine was close to people and had his community at heart. My thoughts are with his wife, Liette Tremblay, his family, and his loved ones.
Honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, Ronald McDonald House Charities is looking to expand services for families across Canada. When a child becomes sick, it takes a terrible toll on the whole family. This burden is made so much greater by the fact that hospitals with pediatric services are often located a significant distance from the family's home. This is where RMHC steps in to provide accommodations, meals, peer support, and other services to the entire family while their child is being treated at a nearby hospital. RMHC is seeking federal funding to expand its network of houses across Canada, including a potential location near the Regina General Hospital. On behalf of the people of Regina and Southern Saskatchewan, I would like to salute Ronald McDonald House Charities and encourage the government to support this worthwhile cause. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Madam Speaker, next week is International Development Week. Reducing extreme poverty, advancing gender equality, responding in humanitarian crisis, and increasing access to education and healthcare for the most vulnerable are some of the many global initiatives that Canada has progressed. While the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the lives of Canadians in many ways that we could not have imagined, globally, the pandemic has regressed the advancements made in food security, health, education, and gender equality, to name a few. But Canadians can be rest assured in knowing that our government is steadfast in our approach to end this pandemic, not just only domestically, but globally, all while taking concrete actions towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I hope my colleagues would join me in thanking all Canadian civil society organizations and Canadians, including public servants, in some of the most challenging places in the world, making a huge difference in the lives of those most vulnerable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, on January 28, 1988, the Supreme Court handed down its landmark judgment in R versus Morgentaler, which held that the abortion provision in the Criminal Code violated a woman's right under Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to security of the person. I wish to take this opportunity to acknowledge some of the powerful women in my riding who advanced the rights of women, including affirming the right to an abortion. Linda Taylor, Susan White, Sandy Rubenfeld, Shelley Blanco, Randa Stewart, Muriel Smith, Myrna Phillips, Wendy Land, Ellen Kruger, and the late Loa Henry. You are icons who serve as some of the greatest mentors in advancing women's rights. We must always continue to fight that, to affirm that abortion is health care. I know our work is not over. Our fight for reproductive justice continues today. You broke barriers and changed the lives of women across the country. Thank you. I honor your courage.
The honourable député de Sudbury.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Madam Speaker, in Sudbury, the road to Damascus leads to 106 Beach Street. It's where a Syrian refugee who immigrated to Canada with his family 5 years ago has set up shop. The Karkus family's Damascus Cafe and Bakery offers Mediterranean and Syrian cuisine, eat-in and take-out. The menu is composed of spinach fater, falafel sandwich, tabbouleh salad, and some of the best shawarma in Sudbury. 5 years ago, the Karkus family arrived to a huge welcome party at the Greater Sudbury Airport. Today, the family has grown, has integrated wonderfully into the community, and has become self-supporting. It's now given thanks by giving back generously to the community. When I stopped in recently for takeout, the owner, Hussein, wanted to talk about how we can work together to help feed the homeless people. Sudbury.
In Sudbury, our diversity is not an obstacle to be overcome or a problem to tolerate. It's instead an incredible way to become stronger. Our strength is our multiculturalism.
Hussein brought his family to Sudbury in a proud...
Honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to send best wishes this Lunar New Year to all Canadians, especially to Canadians of Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese descent. Lunar New Year honors the history and ancient customs of one of the oldest civilizations in the world. This year is the Year of the Ox. The ox traditionally symbolizes prosperity through hard work. With economic uncertainty, all of us need to work tirelessly, bringing stability to the economy, maintaining jobs, and caring for the most vulnerable. Lunar New Year celebrations are important community events, not only in Richmond and the Lower Mainland, but all over the nation as well. From my family to yours, Happy Lunar New Year! 恭喜發財，新年快樂!
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, February is Black History Month when we recognize the contributions of Black Canadians throughout Canada's history. It's also a chance to share the stories of today. I would like to pay tribute to Black youth in my riding who are making their voices heard through the House broadcast of the Britannia Woods Community House. The House podcast is a platform where the authentic voice of young people is expressed. It takes on social issues and provides a forum to share struggles and success stories and to build a sense of community. En ce mois de l'histoire des Noirs.
During Black History Month, it's with honor that I highlight the work by these young Black artists and entrepreneurs who are contributing actively to creating a better world.
Stories of Black Canadians in our past. We must also ask ourselves, what are the stories that future leaders will tell us about today? Let's make sure that it's a story of justice, inclusion, and opportunity. Young people are speaking, Madam Speaker. Let's all take a moment.
The honourable member for Markham Stouffville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Markham has lost a great community, cultural and spiritual leader. In January, flags were lowered to half-mast at Markham Civic Centre to honour the life and contributions of Amar Eri. He was a cornerstone of Markham's Hindu community, a champion for diversity and inclusion, and a friend to many. President of the Arya Samaj Mandir since 1980 and president of the Vedic Cultural Centre's Board of Directors since 1996, he sat on numerous boards and committees, including the Canadian Federation of Intercultural Friendship. He was a passionate and dedicated community leader who was well-liked and well-respected. He was thoughtful, kind, and gracious, and an inspiration to those around him. He will be missed by friends and family in Canada and around the world. I will miss you too, Amarji. I know these thoughts are shared by my colleague, the member from Markham Thornhill. Our sincere condolences to his family, friends, and the community.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Hard years for Calgary. Harder still was the past year for aviation workers. After the mergers and downsizing for energy companies, WestJet became our largest corporate headquarters with 14,000 employees. 5,700 remain today. The job losses in aviation and related fields are in the tens of thousands with temporary layoffs and furloughs hiding the enormity of the situation. The former finance minister told the aviation industry that the government, quote, had their backs, and, quote again, ready to do anything and everything in their power to support those who are suffering. Where is the Liberal government now? Muted and silent. No specific support for aviation workers, only empty promises and damaging policies. Canada's airline and aviation workers deserve better. They need a plan that will secure their jobs, secure the economy, and secure their future. Canada's Conservatives have that plan. More rapid testing, evidence-based quarantining, and financial support for workers in airports, airlines, and aviation.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Madam Speaker, 25 years ago, the Honourable Jean Augustine tabled a motion to make February Black History Month. This year also marks the 75th anniversary of the resistance to segregation. Less than a year ago, we saw the tragic death of George Floyd. Since, the Government of Canada has put in place a number of programs to help Black youth, women, entrepreneurs, and Black-led organizations. However, a great deal of work remains to be done in order to fight racism, systemic racism. To this end, I would invite the various levels of government to take tangible action so that all Canadians can fully contribute to a more just, equitable, and above all, inclusive society. Happy Black History Month. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, many people from the Beauce region will be watching Anthony Auclair in the Super Bowl. Number 82 is an enthusiast who, thanks to his determination, is now playing in the NFL. This is the ultimate reward for hard work and dedication that Anthony has invested since he started with the Trinity Tigers and the St. George Dragons. On Sunday, the entire region and the football community will be proud. And this pride is also felt in all the organizations that have seen him grow. The coaches and teammates who've shared to the highs and lows, and the teachers and members of his family, through all the sacrifices, have been able to motivate and guide him to reach his goals. Anthony, if you only knew how much you inspire young people and the not-so-young. It's a privilege of playing with a future legend like Tom Brady. I hope you win the Super Bowl, and don't forget that Beauce is with you. And as I would say, go Tampa Bay, go Anthony.
For Surrey Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, this last year has been an extremely challenging one, and I would like to recognize the great people of Souris Moose Mountain for their strength and resilience throughout it all. On top of the pandemic, they have now suffered over 5 years of weak Liberal leadership, which has done virtually nothing for the people of Saskatchewan and their communities. Despite this, my constituents have shown who they truly are, hardworking Canadians who want the best for their country. These are the facts. Our energy workers want to get back to work, and they want the option to do so through Canadian pipelines moving Canadian oil. Our farmers and ranchers who have shown incredible environmental stewardship want credit for that instead of being penalized with a carbon tax. Our small business owners want to know that they are supported by their government, pandemic or not, given how essential they are to the success of our local economies.
Madam Speaker, I will continue to fight to secure jobs for the residents of Souris Moose Mountain and to secure our future. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Everyone knows the financial circumstances of Newfoundland and Labrador are in rough shape. One reason we share with other oil-producing provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan no equalization payments because of oil revenues and loss of revenue due to oil price collapse and the lack of demand. Now, changes to the fiscal stabilization program were held out by former Finance Minister Bill Morrow as one solution, but all we got was tinkering. The per capita limit was increased, but the maximum for Newfoundland and Labrador is only $90 million, and in Alberta and Saskatchewan, not enough to make a dent in the crisis either. It wasn't retroactive and a flop when it came to the rules. Year-over-year drop in revenue had to reach 50% to qualify, and last year's drop of 46% in Newfoundland and Labrador yielded, you guessed it, nothing. The Liberal government could have helped provinces deal with significant revenue losses with the burden shared by all the people of Canada, like equalization, but it didn't. And Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as Alberta and Saskatchewan, want to know why this government isn't there when it's needed.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, Action Chômage Côte-Nord just launched its awareness campaign on the realities faced by workers in the seasonal industry on the North Shore. I'm proud to support this organization, which is seeking a fair and equitable employment insurance reform for all those who at one time or another need to use the program. Too many workers have to go into debt in order to get through the black hole. The consequences are disastrous for families, businesses, and communities who are getting poorer or even have to leave the region. But we do have the power to make a difference. I would like to reaffirm the will, my will, and that of the Bloc Québécois to eliminate the black hole, because the industry that is seasonal, not the workers. I will invite colleagues to view the Action Chômage Côte-Nord capsules that are available online to remind us that as elected officials, our job is to be at the service of workers.
The honourable member for Barrie Innsfield.
I regret that I'm not standing in our symbol of democracy this morning to pay tribute to World War II veteran Wolfe William Solkin. Wolfe passed away at St. Anne's Hospital in Montreal on Wednesday, just days before his 98th birthday. He was the last surviving officer of Canada's Algonquin Regiment, helping to liberate Europe during the Second World War. Nika, Nita, let us lead is the motto of the Algonquin Regiment. And lead, Wolfe did. In 2016, after St. Anne's was transferred from federal to provincial management, Solkin noticed a decline in service, so he took on a class action lawsuit that is still underway. He was fierce, determined, and fearless in his advocacy for veterans' rights and dignity, and he inspired a new generation of veterans to fight for what they've earned. There is a profound sense of loss today among Canada's veterans community. To his wife Louise, sons David and Andrew, daughters Cindy and Suzu, on behalf of a grateful nation, please accept our condolences and sincere thanks for Wolfe's service to our country and to his fellow veterans. Bravo, Zulu.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Madame la Présidente, efforts made by first responders during a recent fire at La Coopérative Les Chez Nous in Wellington, a seniors facility in my Egmont riding. Je tiens à remercier.
I wish to recognize the efforts by first responders during a recent fire at La Coopérative Chez Nous in Wellington, a seniors facility in my Egmont riding.
Residents is extremely frightening. Volunteer firefighters from across the area, in particular the Wellington firefighters, responded quickly, provided comforting words, and placed themselves in harm's way to put out the fire and assist each senior resident to safety. Thank you to all the first responders. Merci beaucoup à tous pour votre dévouement.
Thank you all for your dedication.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 2 months ago to the day here in the House, the Prime Minister stood up and puffed up his chest and said, "We deliver. We are delivering vaccines." That was 2 months ago, Madam Speaker. Today, Canada is ranked 34th, and we're constantly dropping in the rankings. The Economist, which is a prestigious publication, says that most Canadians the vaccinations won't be completed until June 2022. The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And as he knows full well, Canada has negotiated with 7 vaccine manufacturers, 5 of which have had very good results. 2 have already been approved, and we're expecting more. And we'll be receiving doses this week, and we'll receive 6 million by the end of March. And all Canadians wishing to get vaccinated will be able to do so by the end of September. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, is the problem that for almost 10 days now we haven't received any vaccines. And The Economist is no lightweight. They say it won't be before June 2022 when the vaccinations will be completed. In Canada, less than 3% of people have been vaccinated, and in England, it's 15.5%. England and Canada were in the same boat, but the difference is that the Liberals went with a Chinese company that left Canada in the lurch. Why hasn't Canada ensured vaccine deliveries every day? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Parliamentary Secretary, rather. Madam Speaker, this government has been keenly aware of the urgency to get vaccines to all Canadians. We have entered into deals with Moderna and Pfizer, the 2 first vaccines to have been approved, and we will be, from those 2 providers alone, we will get enough vaccines by the end of September to vaccinate the entire Canadian population. Now, we have 3 other vaccines coming down the pipeline. We're awaiting approval. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, what was urgent for the government 10 months ago was to enter into a deal with China, and that gave us nothing. And that is why today we still need vaccines. Yesterday, the premiers called on the Prime Minister for transparency. They wanted access to all the documents, the deals with the pharmaceutical developers. Why will the government not release those procurement contracts so we can find out why, for 10 days, the supply has run dry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, transparency and responsibility, accountability are of prime importance to this government. We will provide the most information, as much information as possible. We have been doing that all through the pandemic, and we have cooperated with the provinces and territories, of course. But given the global competition, fierce competition for vaccines, revealing certain contractual information about specific suppliers could jeopardize our vaccine supply. They could jeopardize our supply chain. We will continue. The honourable member for Carleton. Today is not a day for statistics. It's a human tragedy. We have 213,000 families who've lost their paycheck. That's the number of jobs lost. In the U.S., they've added 50,000 new jobs. Our unemployment rate is the highest in the G7, higher than the EU, higher than the UK, higher than the US, and higher than the average of advanced economies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the job numbers, I would point out to the member opposite that there is a global pandemic that is impacting different parts of the country and different parts of the world. I noticed that the recent job losses were concentrated in provinces that have been hit very hard by the second wave. The good news is projections from private sector economists continue to suggest that this will be an excellent year for economic growth, with the projected average at 4.4% growth in GDP. What's important is during this time of need, the federal government is going to continue to be there for Canadian households and businesses, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The member's right. It is a global pandemic. It exists in the United States, which has significantly lower unemployment and added 50,000 jobs last month. It exists in the UK, in Japan, in Germany, across the G7. It exists across the advanced economies, but every single jurisdiction I've just named has lower unemployment than Canada. We've now lost 213,000 jobs in just 1 month, while the rest of the world is returning to work. Why do foreign workers get paychecks and we get credit card debts?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the short-sightedness of the member opposite is absolutely astounding. With great respect, if we wanted to have a short-term uptick in employment rates, we could talk to the premiers and say, don't put in place public health measures that are designed to protect the lives and well-being of the people who live in our communities. But we know that that short-term game would do immeasurable damage to the long-term economic interests of our nation. We are going to advance supports so provinces can do what is right to protect the health and well-being of their residents, and we can prevent economic scarring so we can rebound from this pandemic on the back end stronger than any developed economy in the world.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, history will remember yesterday as the day everyone realized Canada had failed to secure vaccines on time. That means the pandemic will last a bit longer here than in other places. The government needs to get into solutions mode. The first step is to admit there's a problem. The government has to admit they fell down on the job. They have to start by coming clean with the public. When are they going to release the procurement contracts and a new, more credible vaccination timetable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we are in regular discussions with all provinces and territories. We're talking about vaccine deliveries that continue to arrive from Europe. We've entered into deals with 7 manufacturers. 2 are currently supplying vaccines to Canada. As the member knows full well, we will receive 6 million doses in Q1, and we will have enough vaccine from the approved suppliers to vaccinate everyone by the end of September. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. No, I don't know that full well because I don't have the calendar. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the government has to acknowledge its failure. Denial is pointless. They have to immediately tighten up border controls to prevent the spread of the virus. They have to boost health transfers because of the extended state of emergency in our hospitals. They have to boost pensions for seniors whose physical, mental, and financial health are at risk. They have to financially support seasonal industries, arts, tourism, hotels, and fisheries. They have to negotiate to get vaccines produced in the U.S. When are they going to get into solutions mode? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
L'Honorable
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Bloc would like Canada to fail. They would like us not to succeed. But unfortunately for the Bloc, we are there for all Quebecers and all Canadians. We have deals with most vaccine producers. We were there for those who lost their jobs through the CERB. We've been there for our small and medium-sized businesses to help them get through this with the wage subsidy. We will continue to be there for our seniors. Madam Speaker, I know the Bloc would really like to see us fail, but it won't happen. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, our seniors built our society, and we're lucky to have them. Unfortunately, the pandemic has shown that conservative and liberal cuts to health have undermined our healthcare system. Seniors have been left to fend for themselves. Staff are exhausted, and their working conditions are terrible. It's a national shame, and our seniors deserve better. They deserve to grow old in security and safety and dignity. Will the Liberals respond to our request to work with the provinces to guarantee the quality of care for seniors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. We are there for seniors, and we have been there since the beginning of the pandemic. We have made sure that we provided financial support through one-time tax-free payments. We made sure that we put additional money into the community so that we could have community supports there to help seniors through this terrible time. And we are making sure that we are there supporting with additional financial funding for healthcare support and in the long-term care sector. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
The COVID pandemic has shown Canadians the cost of government inaction and neglect. Families have suffered devastating losses of loved ones in long-term care centers across the country. But instead of fixing the problems like they promised, the Liberals continue to underfund health care and protect the profits of big corporations and their wealthy shareholders. Mr. Speaker, nobody should be profiting off the care of our seniors. Will the minister commit to improving Canada's long-term care system now so that residents, their families, and long-term care workers no longer have to suffer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, regardless of where they live, those living in long-term care deserve quality care and to be treated with dignity. All providers need to be accountable for protecting those in long-term care. We need to protect those living and working in long-term care. And let me be clear, no one is invincible to this virus. We will continue working closely with provinces and territories to control and prevent infections in these facilities.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Procurement said that the Liberals chose, quote, the second best vaccine procurement strategy for Canadians. I'd argue that's a bit of an understatement given that we're 2 million doses short this week. People are dying. We need a path forward. I want the best for Canadians. I want a path to recovery. Why did the Liberals knowingly settle for second best when Canadians deserve far better?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, of course, Canada has done exemplary work in this pandemic, including getting billions of pieces of PPE to provinces and territories, including collaborating on rapid testing with provinces, including procuring from 7 vaccine manufacturers enough doses to vaccinate every Canadian many times over. Just in the vaccines that we have already approved, we have enough doses to vaccinate every Canadian who wishes to have one by the end of September, and 6 million, including those arriving this week in the first quarter of the year.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, just to correct my colleague, 0 doses arrived this week. And Canadians shouldn't have to settle for second best. I mean, a year into the pandemic, tools like vaccines, rapid tests, therapeutics are being delivered around the world. And today, international outlets are reporting that 75% of a population receiving 2 doses of a vaccine would be a benchmark for a country achieving herd immunity. When will the government tell Canadians how many need to be vaccinated before unprecedented restrictions the federal Liberals have imposed will be lifted?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we have taken action for Canadians throughout this crisis. Again, we've said this in the House many times. We've secured the highest numbers of doses per capita of any country in the world with the most diverse portfolio of COVID-19 vaccines. Vaccines are in Canada with more shipments and deliveries confirmed through February and March and ramping up through the spring. We're working the provinces and territories to support them in their responsibilities to deliver vaccines so that every Canadian can get vaccinated when they wish.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Of G7 countries, Canada has spent the most. The deficit could reach $400 billion this year. Canadians are among the least vaccinated in the world, behind the US, the UK, Italy, and Finland. Despite the astronomical spending, the results are pitiful. No vaccines, no recovery, no jobs. Why is this Prime Minister always coming in last? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That the honourable member would suggest that Canada has spent more to be there for businesses and households as a bad thing. We knew at the beginning of this pandemic that we had the choice to either let households and businesses bear the cost of the economic shutdowns associated with COVID-19, or to be there so we could ensure that families could keep a roof over their head, food on the table, and businesses could keep their workers on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, if I had the opportunity time and time again, I would choose to be there for Canadians, and I'm disappointed to see that the Conservatives would choose not to.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. It's a simple question. Why won't the Prime Minister come clean on vaccine supply? Why keep our companies in the dark and force workers to stay home? Without vaccines, no jobs. Small businesses will have to close up shop. Is it too much to ask the Prime Minister for a bit of honesty and less talk, less rhetoric, less prepared lines? Canadians who don't have jobs deserve to know what's going on. Will the Prime Minister admit that his plan isn't working and tell us the whole truth, please? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it is difficult to take lessons about prepared lines from a member who seems content to read his question off a paper in front of him in the chamber. It is not a prepared line that we stepped up to be there for now 9 million Canadians with CERB. It is not a prepared line that 4.5 million workers still have their jobs because of the wage subsidy. It is not a prepared line that 800,000 businesses have had the emergency business account to help them keep their doors open. With great respect to my friend and colleague opposite, we know that this COVID-19 pandemic comes with an immense cost. The difference between our parties is we knew that the government had a duty to be there for Canadians and households and businesses.
Edmonton Centre.
Madam Speaker, not even a month in, President Joe Biden has stated that his administration considers the Chinese telecom giant Huawei to be a national security threat. Now, 6 years into his role, the Prime Minister has yet to make a decision on Huawei. Will the Prime Minister stand with our international allies and say no to Huawei?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And our government is going to continue to ensure that Canadian networks are kept safe and secure. We're never going to comment on specific companies, and everyone knows that an examination of 5G technologies and a review of security and economic considerations is well underway. We're going to carefully weigh these matters with our allies, with our partners, including with the Biden administration, and we're going to make the best decision for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Madam Speaker, well, that's just not good enough. Canada is the only allied Five Eyes country without a formal policy to ban or restrict Huawei from operating in Canada. And now it looks like our neighbors down south are ready to make a strong decision on this matter. Why is the government choosing to stand with a company connected to the Chinese government rather than our long-held, strong international allies?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is clear that our government recognizes the importance of protecting Canada's telecommunications systems. We're regularly engaging with telecommunications companies, with our allies, with the security infrastructure on a variety of topics just like this. We're not going to publicly discuss advice given by our national security experts, but I can assure you that we're always going to be taking the steps necessary to protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, the federal government has failed to secure vaccines to Quebec on a timely basis. That means the pandemic will last longer here than it should. That's bad news for everyone, especially seniors. They're the ones who would be vaccinated today, but Quebec has had to slow down its campaign in seniors' homes because there are no vaccines to give people shots with. What is the government doing now to ensure that we get vaccines now and not in 6 months for our seniors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada signed 7 very sound deals with the interpreter. Can't interpret. There are 2 people speaking at the same time. We will be receiving 6 million doses by the end of Q1. And from approved suppliers, we'll get enough to vaccinate everyone, all Canadians, by the end of September. Now, Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, we're anxious to see the timetable and the plan because the extension of the pandemic for seniors means that they've already been under lockdown for 11 months without seeing their loved ones. Their physical health is obviously jeopardized. Their mental health declines with isolation, and their financial health because they're among the people who have the least federal support, even though they're the most hard hit by COVID. The paltry amount the government has provided them in benefits so far is not enough. Will they, on an ongoing basis, increase pensions for those 65 and older by $110 a month? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we deeply care about our seniors who built our society and who are now in homes and long-term care all across Quebec and Canada. We're delighted that they have been the priority for vaccination campaigns. Many of them have already been vaccinated, and more vaccines are to come shortly, and there will be enough vaccines to vaccinate all seniors and Quebecers by the end of September.
Member for Foothills.
Yesterday, McKinsey Consulting agreed to pay nearly $600 million US for its role in fueling the opioid crisis in the United States. For almost a decade, that firm was led by Dominic Barton, the Prime Minister's hand-picked ambassador to China. During that time, McKinsey was advising opioid companies to pay rebates for drug overdoses just to boost the sales of OxyContin. Before naming him to key positions in the Liberal government, was the Prime Minister informed of Mr. Barton's role at McKinsey and the firm's involvement in the opioid crisis?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. And as I have said before in the House, Ambassador Barton's role is first and foremost about defending Canadian people's interests and values in China. That includes securing the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. That includes being active on every file that is of interest to Canadians in China. Canadians can be proud of the immense amount of effort the ambassador has devoted to all of these objectives. Upon his nomination, Ambassador Barton worked directly with the Ethics Commissioner to set up an ethics screen, and we can continue to be proud of his work in China for Canadians.
Member for Foothills.
It is incredible that the Liberals are defending Dominic Barton and refusing to answer this question. Is it because McKinsey pled guilty to criminal charges for its role in the opioid crisis, a crisis which has claimed the lives of more than 16,000 Canadians? Is it because the provinces have now filed civil lawsuits against the opioid companies that McKinsey advised? Again, yes or no? Don't be afraid to answer this question. Did the Prime Minister have prior knowledge of Mr. Barton's role at McKinsey and the firm's involvement in the opioid crisis?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think with all Canadians, everyone in this House knows about the opioid crisis, which is gripping many parts of our country and causing great turmoil, stress, and death. And we still feel the impacts of Purdue's role in creating the opioid crisis. We're not denying that. This crisis has been felt across our country. Too many communities are impacted. Too many loved ones are left behind. The world wants answers. The world needs answers and should get answers. But while we wait, we will continue to do our part to ensure the health of all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Many Canadians who are out of a job turn to this government for help. Unfortunately, the government is letting them down. People who have been denied employment insurance have been directed to apply for CRB. However, due to a technical issue with the CRA's pay system, they were automatically denied. Can the minister please confirm on what day this ridiculous issue will be resolved?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can assure the member and everyone in this House that we are making every effort to get this resolved as soon as possible. Understandably, we want to make sure people aren't getting two benefits at the same time, but at the same time, people need to get the benefits that they're entitled to. We're working on this. I can't give the member a date because right now we're just all hands on deck trying to solve this, and I will get back to him with further information. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Revenue. This government has left parents in my riding in a catch-22. Home with their children, they applied for EI. Their claim was denied. Advised to apply for the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, that application was also denied. But get this, due to an open EI claim. Proof has been provided to CRA, but their database is not able to bypass the error. No more platitudes, no more backpassing. When can these parents expect this desperately needed income support?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I can assure the member that CRA and ESDC through Service Canada are working to resolve these issues where people have two different claims in the system. As I said, from an integrity point of view, we want to make sure people aren't getting paid twice. But that small comfort I know to citizens who are waiting for their payments, we're working very hard to resolve this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
A 78-year-old woman was fatally injured in a home invasion. The suspect was found at the homeless encampment at Strathcona Park. As the homelessness crisis continues, safety concerns for the campers and residents have escalated to a breaking point. Emergency action is needed to house the campers to end this dire situation. The province has requested 50-50 cost sharing with the federal government to acquire distressed housing or motels as an emergency pandemic measure. It's been over 9 months, still no answer. Will the federal government take immediate action and partner with the province to end this homelessness crisis?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we have prioritized investments in the most vulnerable Canadians, including those who are homeless or experiencing or are at risk of experiencing homelessness. Early during the pandemic, we invested $157.5 million to ensure additional dollars. We've also launched the Rapid Housing Initiative, in which the City of Vancouver and the province of British Columbia will get significant funding to build rapid housing to find permanent solutions to the most vulnerable so that they cannot be on the street and actually have affordable housing options.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, freighter anchorages around southern Vancouver Island and the Gulf Islands were established on traditional and unceded territories without the consent of local First Nations. The area is also being proposed as a National Marine Conservation Area, recognizing its vital marine ecosystem and precious coastal environment. Liberals often like to say that no relationship is more important than that with Indigenous peoples and that they genuinely care about our environment. When will the Minister of Transport honor these commitments and put a stop to the Port of Vancouver using our waters as an overflow industrial parking lot?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the government's long-term strategy regarding anchorages is aimed at three things: improving the management of anchorages outside of public ports, ensuring the long-term efficient and reliability of the supply chain, and lastly, mitigating environmental and social impacts. The new interim protocols for anchorages was developed in partnership with the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority, with the Pacific Pilotage Authority, and local communities. In fact, the new protocol was instituted to respond to the immediate concerns of those coastal communities. I can assure the honourable member that the well-being of coastal communities is of
the honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Madam Speaker, hatred and extremism often target diverse communities. We must stop anyone who seeks to harm others because of their race, religion, or gender. Unfortunately, we continue to see hate manifest in our country. Recently, a Montreal synagogue was vandalized. In my home province of Quebec, we just marked the 4th anniversary of the Quebec City mosque attack. These events remind us of the painful impacts hate can have. Can the Minister of Public Safety let this House know what new measures our government is taking to protect people from extremist violence and hate?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the Honourable Member from Pierrefonds-Dollard for his very important question and for his excellent work in standing up to hate and intolerance. Madam Speaker, the listing of terrorist entities is an important legal tool in the fight against terrorism, which makes it clear that Canada will not tolerate such acts of violence. To be listed, an individual or group must meet a strict legal threshold determined by our national security agencies. This week, we added 13 new groups to the list, which includes 4 ideologically motivated violent extremist and white supremacist organizations, in addition to the 2 that were listed for the first time in 2019. Madam Speaker, we will remain vigilant against all of
the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston.
Thank you, Speaker. The Canadian Statistics Advisory Council says this Liberal government doesn't have the data required to make the decisions on the pandemic. This is the type of data needed to support public policy decisions that are being made now. Canadians can't trust government decisions when that government doesn't have or won't show what they know, or maybe more accurately, what they don't know. This government has gone from saying they have Canadians' backs to hiding things behind their backs. When will the government provide Canadians with this data and share their plan for recovery?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, my mic was not on. In order for Canadians to benefit from the digital economy, we're going to need to ensure that Canadians have confidence that their data is safe and that they trust their privacy is being respected. And that is exactly why our government is strengthening that trust by ensuring that Canada has a world-leading privacy and data protection system, and that companies that break the rules face severe consequences.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston, is advising the Speaker that that is not an answer to the question asked. Would you? Oh, it was. Could you repeat the question?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. The Canada Statistics Advisory Council says that the Liberal government doesn't have the data required to make decisions on this pandemic. This is the type of data needed to support public policy decisions that they are making right now. Canadians can't trust government decisions when that government doesn't have or won't show what they know, or worse yet, what they don't know. This government has gone from saying they have Canadians' backs to hiding information behind their backs. When will this government provide Canadians with data and share what their recovery plan really is?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, the Government of Canada has relied upon the opinions of experts to guide all of our decisions, whether it's in relation to procurement of vaccines, whether it's in relation to rebuilding our biomanufacturing capacity, whether it's in relation to the manufacturing of PPE. At every point of the way, we've been relying upon Canada's experts and making sure that the data upon which our decisions are made is solid. The Government of Canada shares as much data as possible, and we know that this is important because open science is important, and our government is going to continue to work with our experts and rely upon their opinions as we make our decisions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Across the border and minutes away from my community, U.S. seniors are able to be vaccinated at their convenience. On our side of the border, we're locked down, uncertain about our health, unable to see our families, and many are uncertain about their livelihoods. Lockdowns were supposed to be a temporary measure to buy government's time, but this government has failed to widely deploy rapid tests and vaccines. Our allies are getting vaccines for their most vulnerable, saving lives and allowing lockdowns to end. When will these Liberals do the same?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to correct the member and just give a few facts and figures here. 1.19 million vaccines have been sent to provinces and territories. The member speaks about rapid tests. Almost 19 million rapid tests have been sent to provinces and territories. 6.4 million to Ontario, 3.2 million to Quebec, 1.9 million to Alberta. Madam Speaker, we have delivered rapid tests and we are delivering vaccines. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Manitoba is ramping up its plans to vaccinate 20,000 people per day by April. 13 vaccine super sites are opening up, as well as doctors' offices and local pharmacies, and all elderly and care homes have received their first dose. Provinces like Manitoba are doing their part to ensure vaccines are delivered to the people. But the province's efforts have been thwarted in part because the Prime Minister can't provide a reliable vaccine shipment schedule. The shipments aren't reliable thanks to poor vaccine contracts negotiated by this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, when are Manitobans getting our next vaccine shipment, and how many doses will we receive? We deserve to know.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, of course, we communicate with provinces like the member's province of Manitoba on a regular basis. We continue to receive vaccine shipments, and people in Manitoba would be receiving them as well. That includes this week. We have doses coming by the end of March, 6 million, in fact, that have already been approved, and enough to vaccinate every Canadian by the end of September. And we're glad that Manitoba and other provinces are ramping up their ability to vaccinate citizens, because as more and more vaccine doses arrive, we will want those deployed as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, all Canadians should welcome the government's addition of 13 new groups to the Criminal Code terrorist list. But the Liberals once again have failed Canadians, failing to fully ban Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC has sponsored terror around the world for decades and is responsible for the destruction of the Ukraine air flight last year that killed 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. Madam Speaker, when will the Liberal government finally list the most deadly terror organization in the world today?
Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question and remind him that we are working with respect to that particular regime with all like-minded countries to ensure that Iran is held to account for their support of terrorism. I'd also remind him that the Canadian government has listed 4 of the proxy agencies of the IRCG, including the Quds Force. We will continue to work with our allies to address the activities of the Iranian government in the sponsorship of terrorism, taking all appropriate measures against that regime, and we will continue to use all of the legal tools available to us based on the advice of our national security intelligence officials. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, permanent residents
have found themselves in an inhumane situation because of the federal government's incompetence. The government gives families permanent residency and gives them a visa to come to Canada. These people leave their jobs, sell their homes, get on a plane, arrive in Canada, and then they're told by the border services, go back to your country. The Department of Immigration invites them, but once they're here, the Department of Public Safety wants to send them back. When will the two departments speak to each other and fix this unacceptable blundering?
Merci. Madame la Présidente, je remercie ma collègue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. In order to stop spread of COVID-19 and protect Canadians, we have created measures at the border. We have also implemented exceptions to encourage our economic recovery and reunite families. Anyone who has received a confirmation of permanent residency after the implementation of new measures at the border will receive a letter confirming the situation. We will continue to protect all Canadians' health and safety. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, they get a letter and a visa, but seemingly the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing in this government. You have a department inviting immigrants to come to Canada and another department which tries to get them to go away. In the same way that one department tells people to not travel and another one authorizing discount flights abroad. No one is talking to each other in this government. How come this government is so permissive with people who are violating its guidelines in order to travel abroad and so punitive with people who are following its own guidelines and arrive in Canada on invitation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. We have been very clear. For Canadian safety and the safety of those arriving in Canada, this is not the time to travel. Border Services agents can refuse entry to anyone who arrives at a port of entry and who doesn't satisfy the requirements. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Madam Speaker, Canada gave money to an international organization to distribute vaccines to developing countries. And now we're asking that same organization to give us vaccines from the same fund to compensate for this Prime Minister's failure. Madam Speaker, it's embarrassing, even shameful, for us as proud Canadians. And that is why we want to cast light on the situation. When will this government make the vaccine procurement contracts public? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
If I may just correct the record that the COVAX facility was actually designed to have the buy-in of wealthy countries. It has two tracks, one for self-financing countries to purchase vaccines through COVAX, as well as to make donations. In fact, Canada has done both. We've contributed $220 million to provide vaccines for the developing world, while also purchasing on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Madam Speaker, the new American administration has stopped the Keystone XL pipeline dead in its tracks, killing thousands of jobs in Alberta. Now Michigan is attempting to shut down Enbridge Line 5, killing thousands of jobs in Ontario. This Liberal government has responded by rolling over and playing dead. All this while energy workers watch foreign oil come into Canada from third world dictators and human rights abusers. What specific action will this Liberal government take to reduce foreign oil imports into Canada this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We take this issue with respect to Line 5 very seriously. Line 5 is vital to our energy security. This line is critical economic and energy security link between Canada and the U.S. It has safely operated for over 65 years. It provides good paying middle-class jobs for the thousands of workers at refineries in Sarnia, Montreal, and Lévis, Quebec. I assure this House we are looking at all our options. Line 5 is a vital pipeline for Canada's energy security, and we fully support it. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Calgary is home to proud entrepreneurs. Those risk takers created WestJet, and after the devastation of our energy sector by malicious Liberal policy actions, it became our largest corporate headquarters. Now WestJet has gone from 14,000 workers to 5,700 due to a lack of support from this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, what is this Liberal government going to do to save and secure aviation and airline jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Harry?
Madam Speaker, The honourable member knows that NAV Canada is an independent organization that operates at an arm's length. My heart goes out to all those who are affected by the current anxiety and uncertainty in this marketplace and under the pandemic. That's why our government has been committed to supporting all Canadians. And I can assure the honourable member that any decision NAVS makes that may have an impact on safety and security will be reviewed by Transport Canada. Thank you.
The honourable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne. Madam Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, many first-line workers throughout the country have seen a sharp increase in domestic violence due to women being isolated at home with their abuser, as well as other additional stress factors caused by the pandemic. On behalf of organizations in my riding, Longueuil-Charlemagne, which help women who are victims of domestic violence, can the Minister tell this House about the status of the National Action Plan Against Gender-Based Violence?
Madame la Présidente, je tiens.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Longueuil-Charlemagne for this important question.
6 million people benefit from the women's organizations our government supports, including 500 organizations we've supported with long-term funding and more than 1,000 we've supported through COVID-19. In Canada, sans violence.
A Canada without gender-based violence is the Canada that we all want. At the beginning of this month, the Minister joined her provincial and territorial counterparts to sign a historic declaration.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, 2020 was a terribly long year for Canadians, but especially for veterans. In response to my order paper question, Veterans Affairs is showing that 47% of disability applications are taking more than 27 weeks to process. Almost 30% are taking over a year. Mr. Speaker, for a veteran to wait over a year in a pandemic is inexcusable. What does the minister have to say to veterans? Here's a hint. Start with an apology.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I truly agree that veterans should not have to wait, and that's why we invested near $200 million to hire new staff to speed up the process to ensure veterans receive a faster decision. Veterans should receive their benefits and services they're entitled to in a timely manner, and as I've said many times, this backlog is unacceptable, and we are going to deal with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable député de Montmagny-Lillet.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, the Montmagny RCM is concerned about cell coverage, which is not improving in the region. We're hearing a lot about 5G, but in places like Sainte-Lucie, Beauregard, La Frontière, and Saint-Fabien-Panay, we don't even have 1G. And we're getting radio silence from the government, even though it managed to get $3.5 billion from the 600 megahertz spectrum auction. It is selling public airwaves. Why is the government not ensuring that regional cell network development is not being sacrificed to the profit of big cities? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, our government is the one that has invested the greatest amount in high-speed internet in rural Canada. There is still a lot to be done, it's true. And that is why, in November, the Prime Minister announced a $1.75 billion investment to continue connecting Canadians. Rural Canadians deserve better coverage. We are working on that with the provinces and territories, and we will continue to invest in the months to come. This is very important. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, when the minister announced the results of the 600 megahertz auction last year, she noted the government set-aside policy had created more competition for Canadians. But we now know that set-aside bidders have a poor track record of deploying spectrum in rural communities. There needs to be a use it or lose it condition to ensure spectrum is deployed in rural Canada. Madam Speaker, why won't the government force service providers to deploy spectrum in rural Canada so we can get high-speed internet?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government is taking every single measure in the policy toolbox to ensure that all sorts of investments and all sorts of new infrastructure around telecommunications can get integrated across Canada. Spectrum auction is just one of these sets of policies, and we're working towards a new spectrum auction later on this year. There have been delays due to COVID-19, but we're well aware that this is a very important mechanism to ensure that Canadians have the very best of telecommunications infrastructure across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Gander, we are proud of our great contributions to international aviation. In particular, the Gander Air Control Centre navigates air traffic in the North Atlantic for both domestic and international carriers. Now, before the pandemic, they safely guided 10 to 12,000 flights per week. Now, with reduced air traffic, most layoffs have been in Gander. We know that air traffic will someday return, but I worry we will lose too many air traffic controllers to even meet our international obligations. Can the Minister please provide information about any discussions with NAV Canada?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start off by thanking my colleague for his question. And I know he's a strong voice for his region and for his constituents. And also let me join him in recognizing the talent and the skills that air traffic controllers and other skilled aviation sector workers that are enriching our country. He knows that NAV Canada is an independent organization that plays an important role for our aviation safety. I understand the anxiety that people are feeling today, given the pandemic and the circumstances around it, and we will continue to be there for all Canadians who are negatively impacted by it. And
member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, wild salmon are the backbone of the communities that I represent. The Minister's Discovery Island decision was announced in my riding with no plan in place, leaving a significant void for the communities that I serve. My office is hearing questions like, what is the plan to rebuild the wild salmon stocks? What is the plan to help workers and businesses in the region? And most importantly, when is the plan coming? Why did the minister not have a transition plan, especially during a pandemic? Shouldn't that have been top of mind?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I also want to thank her for her advocacy and for continuing to reach out to myself, my team, and have these very important discussions. Madam Speaker, this is a twofold question. First of all, the decision to phase out fish farms in the Discovery Islands was not an easy one to make, but it was made in consultation with the 7 First Nations in that area who had real concerns around aquaculture in their territory. Madam Speaker, we know that this has had impacts, and we are looking at all ways that we can address these concerns. We are going to continue to work with the province of British Columbia, with the industry, and with First Nations and the communities to make sure that we're doing everything we can to address those concerns. Madam Speaker, with regards to
member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians have been alarmed by news of travellers returning home only to be welcomed by unknown authorities who refuse to identify themselves and shuttle them into unmarked vehicles on pain of arrest. These officers are refusing to state their names, badge numbers, what organization they belong to, or even where they are forcibly taking Canadian citizens against their will. Does the minister feel this is an appropriate response to the quarantine order? And if not, what will the minister do about this abuse of Canadians' constitutional rights?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would remind the member that our most effective measure that we put in place at the borders for protecting the health and safety of Canadians are our quarantine measures and ensuring that everyone who is directed and ordered into quarantine complies with those orders is an important element of our protecting Canadians. We are working very diligently with the police of jurisdiction in every province and territory of this country to ensure that there is compliance with those orders. And of course, it's always the responsibility of those law enforcement officials to respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Madam Speaker, we have great confidence in our police to do their jobs, and we support them in that effort.
This marks the end of oral questions. Nous allons retourner aux affaires courantes.
We will now go to tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition in the House today highlighting the horrific treatment of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners note various reports on this, one from the summer that showed dramatic forced decline in birth rates as a result of forced abortion, forced sterilization, forced insertion of IUDs. Members are also following recent reports which show systemic sexual violence in these concentration camps. These are matters of grave concern for these petitioners and for all members, and petitioners call on the government to recognize that these crimes constitute genocide under the UN Convention. Further, petitioners call on the government recognizing that they have a responsibility to protect, according to international law, to take concrete action by using the Magnitsky Act, sanctioning officials involved in gross violations of fundamental human rights in the context of the genocide taking place against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. I hope members will reflect seriously on this issue and take appropriate action in response to the petition. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Yeah. No, I think there was a glitch. I think I'm not sure. I think.
Can I ask the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling a petition submitted by a group of Canadians who wish to draw Parliament's attention to an ongoing campaign of Uyghur birth suppression by the Chinese Communist Party, which includes forced sterilization and abortions, as well as evidence that Uyghurs are being subjected to anti-religious indoctrination, forced labor, separation of families, and even organ harvesting. They're calling on the House of Commons to formally recognize that the Uyghurs in China have been and are subject to genocide, and to use Magnitsky Act sanctions against those who are responsible for these heinous crimes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
No, I jumped over Mr. Dalton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today, virtually speaking, to present a petition on behalf of concerned citizens across Canada regarding concerns about the Chinese Communist Party's treatment of an estimated 3 million Uyghur Muslims who are being subjected to atrocities, including forced sterilization and abortion, political and anti-religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, forced labor, and forced organ harvesting. These petitioners call on the House of Commons to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide and to impose Magnitsky sanctions on those that are responsible for these heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm presenting a petition on behalf of Canadians who are very disturbed about the atrocious treatment of the Uyghur Muslims by the Chinese Communist government. These people have been subject to rape, sterilization, arbitrary detention, separation of their children from families, invasive surveillance, and forced organ harvesting. It's estimated up to 3 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities have been detained in what appears to be concentration camps. So this petition calls for the imposition of Magnitsky sanctions on those responsible for these terrible crimes against the Uyghur people, and to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China are being subjected to genocide.
Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually to present a petition to the House on behalf of concerned Canadians about the ongoing genocide that the Uyghur community is facing at the hands of the People's Republic of China. This is the first petition I have presented in the House, and it is an important one. Millions of Uyghurs have been sent to concentration camps, and there is a growing recognition that we are facing the tragedy of our era. Future generations will ask whether we had the courage to step up or not. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I am proud to present the petition calling on the House to recognize the genocide and impose Magnitsky sanctions upon those responsible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition that has been, it's an e-petition, number 10952221, that has been signed by an extraordinary 27,720 petitioners who ask this House to take note of their deep concerns about the proposed Grassy Mountain coal mine in Alberta. They point out in a lengthy petition with much data, I will summarize it, that there are significant threats from this coal mine for metallurgical coal, against agriculture in the region, tourism, water quality. They're very concerned for the Crow's Nest River, the Oldman watershed, concerns that the excavation and dumping of the overburden will contaminate the Oldman watershed, that there will be leaching of selenium. This also encompasses health risks to residents, and they call on the government to reject the application to decapitate Grassy Mountain. They call for the project to be rejected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition initiated and signed by my constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners note that almost all community drinking watersheds on the east coast of Vancouver Island are privately owned because of the ENN land grant, which was part of the agreement to bring BC into Confederation 150 years ago this year. They point out that the ENN land grant violated Aboriginal rights and title. They also observe that there is a high risk of drinking water contamination due to industrial and human activity on these watersheds. The petitioners are calling on the government to work with First Nations, all levels of government, and private landowners to begin the process of bringing these community drinking watersheds under public ownership and control to maintain a secure source of drinking water into the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation. And then
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition from people in and around Calgary. These petitioners are concerned about the way Falun Gong practitioners have been treated in China for more than 2 decades. The petition calls on the government to apply the Magnitsky Act to end the largest and deadliest persecution of Chinese citizens since the Cultural Revolution. The petition also states that China's Communist Party's corrupt officials have orchestrated the torture and killing of large numbers of people who practice Falun Gong, including the killing of practitioners on a mass scale for their vital organs to fuel the communist regime's organ trade. We want the Canadian government to take a more active role in ending this.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling 2 petitions today. The first petition is on behalf of constituents who are calling on the government to support legislation that would ban the illegal harvesting of organs overseas, and to make sure that such financial transactions done overseas without consent are banned in Canada. And they draw attention of the House to previous legislation that has been attempted to be passed by private members' bills. Second petition I have is, again, petitions are drawing the attention of the House and the Government of Canada to the internment and concentration camps in the Xinjiang region of China of Muslim Uyghur Turkic people, and are asking for 2 things from the government: formally recognize the genocide, and second of all, to use the Magnitsky Act to punish those who are organizing this genocide of the Turkic Uyghur people.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the previous person that was trying to present a petition was interrupted by some cross-communication on there. Maybe it's worth going back just to see if they were finished and maybe they want to redo it.
Thank you very much. The Honourable
It was the member for Calgary Confederation was unable to present his petition.
What was that the Honourable Member's point of order? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you. So the Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation, would you like to represent your petition?
Well, thank you very much to the members who put up this point of order. Thank you very much. Yes, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to present a petition from people in and around Calgary. These petitioners are concerned about the way the Falun Gong practitioners have been treated in China for more than 2 decades. This petition calls on the government to apply the Magnitsky Act to end the largest and deadliest persecution of Chinese citizens since the Cultural Revolution. This petition also states that China's Communist Party's corrupt officials have orchestrated the torture and killing of large numbers of people who practice Falun Gong, including the killing of practitioners on a mass scale for their vital organs to fuel the communist regime's organ transplant trade. They want the Canadian government to take a more active role in ending this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliman Norfolk.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I'm honoured today to present petition E2920, signed by over 1,000 concerned Canadians from Haldimand, Norfolk, but also right across the country. These petitioners are worried about the growing problem of the misuse and the abuse of this Liberal government's current medical marijuana rules and the loopholes that exist in the designated grower program. The results are an infiltration of our communities by organized crime and also severe impacts on the quality of life for nearby residents. Madam Speaker, I and these petitioners are calling on the government to take immediate action to address these loopholes and for the Minister of Health to live up to the promises that she's made repeatedly for over a year now to deal with this issue fully and promptly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat Cardston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise with respect to the Uyghur situation in Communist China and on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about the ongoing atrocities there. Canada cannot and must not remain silent in the face of this ongoing tragedy, and like the other petitions that are presented today, calling on the House of Commons and this government to take action. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present today. The first one, similar to some of the other ones that have been presented and very pertinent considering the news this past week again, bringing light to the situation against the Uyghur population by the Communist Chinese regime, including forced rape and sterilization, separation, and therefore they're calling upon the government to formally recognize the genocide that is ongoing against the Uyghurs in China and calling for use of the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act to sanction those responsible for such heinous crimes. The second petition, Madam Speaker, is by concerned Canadians about the increase in international trafficking of human organs, something that I think we can all agree is just absolutely terrible, and therefore calling upon the government to move forward with the necessary legislation to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render this immiscible to Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd given notice that to table private members' bill this morning, and we kind of skipped over private members' business. So I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to return to private members' business to table the bill.
All those opposed to what the Honourable Member is moving will please say nay.
All those opposed will please say nay.
The House has heard the terms of the motion.
Nay. Carried. The Honourable Member may proceed. So introduction and first reading of a private member's bill. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves for leave to introduce the bill entitled An Act Regarding the Right to Know When Products Contain Toxic Substances. The motion is deemed adopted. The member may give us a short explanation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thanks to all members, and thanks to my seconder, the member for Victoria, who is always a strong proponent of a better environment. During this COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Speaker, Canadians are rightfully concerned about their health, and that extends to being concerned about what toxic substances may be found in their household. And polls show over 95% of Canadians believe that there should be toxic substance labeling. And that's why I'm presenting today this right to know legislation. I must say that it's been developed with important contributions from Toxic Free Canada, from Environmental Defense, and from Option Consommateur in Quebec. And what the bill does is it sets out in lists established by the California EPA, the U.S. National Toxicology Program, and the European Chemicals Agency, toxic substances that are banned in Canada unless they are clearly labeled. During the pandemic and after, Canadians are rightfully concerned about their health, Madam Speaker. I hope that all members will support this important right to know legislation.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
On the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the consent? So, resuming debate. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock has 5 minutes of questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Peace River Westlock for his speech, in which he raised the issue of the importance of having local media, strong local press. During the pandemic, I had the opportunity with my colleague from Drummond to meet representatives of local media and a local radio station, which is a co-op, and we talked about their concerns for community radio. And despite Bill C-10, well, we're anxious for this to get to committee so that we can work on it, because the concerns remain. And we asked for another meeting, my colleague for Drummond and I, about what suggestions they have for how the web giants could pay their fair share and how they could get a fair share of that money, since much of it has to be channeled towards local media. So I'm looking forward to the committee meetings, and I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Westlock.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I know that local content is a big concern all across the country, and I think I addressed that well in my speech, particularly not even the content as well as just the tone and thrust and from what perspective our content is being brought to us by. I also would like to just I know that the honourable colleague shares the concern around just who is bringing this content and what content is being produced. I know that is an important piece. We see at the Ethics Committee right now, we are studying or having the executives of Foreign Hub show up there, and the managing of that content, I would like to see and ensure that the privacy of individuals and their content be protected. I know that the government has introduced Bill C-11 as well for that, and I look forward to seeing how these two bills interplay to protect Canadians online. Thanks.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I think as we look at the reality right now that we are in the middle of a public health crisis, many of our cultural sector workers really fear the loss of their jobs and really have to face the unfair competition with web giants. And I know this member and I have worked together on INAN for many years, and I think it would be really important for us to see concrete measures in this bill to support the stories and content in Indigenous languages and from Indigenous producers. I think in my riding of the Raven, the radio station here that has a lot of Indigenous content. I'm just wondering if the member could speak to that.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you. And it's been a pleasure to get to know the member over the last few years. I know that in my riding as well, there is 14 First Nations communities. Many of them participate in their own local radio station and things like that. But because of the vast distances, it doesn't go much beyond that. The CBC technology, the CBC backbone that it does exist with the repeaters, could be broadcasting that, and it would be to many more communities because their technology is powerful and useful, and I would like to see that, and I think that would provide, as I mentioned earlier, maybe a Western voice or an Indigenous voice.
Time for one more question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was happy to hear the member from across talk about the importance of having stories told from Western provinces. And I would ask him, doesn't he agree that it's really important to have international web giants contributing so that we can have more stories like Corner Gas, like Heartland, like Little Mosque on the Prairie, stories that do tell the stories of our country rather than allowing all of those to be telling stories from other countries? Isn't it important that we pass this bill quickly to make sure that we are investing in these important stories?
Member for Peace River Westlock, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say that those stories are important to be shared. I'm always a little bit concerned about when the government gets in the middle of it in terms of taking money from one and then handing it to another. That sounds like what this bill is attempting to do. I think that leveling the playing field is important, ensuring that the content creators are getting paid. It doesn't.
And we have to resume debate. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am proud to rise, or should I say today, sit in my seat to speak on Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. Well, this bill has some serious technical aspects that I will certainly get into in a moment. I like to begin by highlighting the fact that at the end of the day, even though we're talking about regulations and broadcasting rules, we are ultimately talking about Canadian jobs. And today we can even look at some of the job losses. I know this morning that we've had a new increase in job losses with an additional 213,000 job losses in Canada in the month of January, once again increasing our unemployment rate. So I think while we're having this discussion, we have to also focus on what this is all about, and ultimately is about people working here in Canada. For a moment, I also want to look back at what we have seen here in my own riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London, and highlight some of the work that was being done here prior to the pandemic. And I can think about the excitement that was going around here in the community of St. Thomas when it was announced that Jason Momoa, and I probably have said that wrong. I'm probably one of the few people that have not watched Aquaman, but the fact that he was going to be coming to our area and that Apple TV was going to be producing it and doing a show right in our own backyard at the psychiatric hospital here in St. Thomas, or actually in Central Elgin if you're from here. These are really important things. And to our community, Sean Dyke, who is our economic development agent for the city of St. Thomas, had talked about other companies coming to our area. We had seen most recently from Amazon, we had the movie The Boys was being filmed here. Guillermo del Toro was doing scary stories to tell in the dark. And many people are coming to choose the location right here in our own backyard, the city of St. Thomas. Also, the community of Port Stanley that I know that Village of Port Stanley has been used in for sites. And I can think of BAM in the Port Burwell area. These are really important parts to what we have when we talk about production. And, you know, we have to look at what are being done in our communities and how is talent being drawn to our communities, whether it's through the production or whether it's through the acting, and how they're highlighting some of the great things that we have in our own communities. I talk about this with a lot of excitement because I know my son, who is also an actor, has been part of multiple productions for Netflix. And, you know, the opportunity for them to get their foot into the door. And we have to understand that so many of these other companies are now coming in and producing some very well connected dramas and shows into our areas, and the economic development that we're also receiving from here. So I'm not going to speak specifically on the infrastructure of the bill and what that looks like. And the reason not is basically because of the clarity. The clarity of the bill is something I'm finding very, very difficult to understand. So I'm kind of having to look at the aspects. What are we looking at here in Elgin, Middlesex, London today? What is going to be the impact of Bill C-10, and how can we move forward from this? Unfortunately, I know that the conversations about economic growth have been falling on deaf ears from this government for a while, and that we know many of these productions will not be able to get back in order until there are rapid tests, until there are vaccines and necessary tools to bring people back to work and to be able to resume the great work that is being done. I'm not trying to advertise for any of these particular movies or for these shows. The clarity of C-10 will have a tangible impact on the type of content that will be classified. Movies and TV shows filmed in the heart of my riding with Canadian actors and actresses, Canadian crew members, and rely on that Canadian economy cannot be classified as Canadian content because all of the financing and production is handled by American companies. And that is why I talk about the clarity of this bill, the idea of Canadian content and what does CanCon actually look like. I can tell you that every single check that my son brought home in 2020 was from an American company, yet he was a Canadian actor acting in Toronto. So those are things that we have to look at as well, is what are actually happening in our own communities. These massive companies are also not contributing back into the Canadian Media Fund, and they aren't being taxed in the same way that Canadian corporations are. This is inherently unfair for local producers, small papers, and broadcasters that are working to highlight Canadian content and provide reliable content for Canadians. And as I have indicated, the clarity in this bill is, for me, I can sit there and read it and to understand the impacts of what they're putting forward without knowing how there have been barriers in the past. And I think this is why it's really, really important to have this conversation. Well, it's definitely important that we modernize the Broadcasting Act and to introduce some fairness to the industry, including requiring web giants and social media to pay their fair share. We have to remember that getting this wrong can directly impact Canadian jobs. And overregulation or lack of clarity of the rules will ultimately lead to companies to film elsewhere, causing Canadians to lose out on these new opportunities. And so these are things like I'm indicating. You know, the more times that we have these barriers, people are going to say, is it worth it doing in Canada? I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some fair ground here. I absolutely believe that there needs to be. But I do want to put into this debate today the fact that the clarity just is not there. Another worry that I have from Bill C-10 is that its place limits the abilities for parliamentary committees to oversee the directives and regulations that are being adopted by the CRTC. Madam Speaker, I don't have to remind you of this government's dismal record on accountability. I know I speak for many of my colleagues when I say that it seems that the government's overwhelming priority, even in the middle of this pandemic, is to avoid accountability. Without even getting into the political reasons for the completely unnecessary prorogation, we've seen by the government time and time again from accountability, running from accountability and filibustering committees, covering their tracks on things such as and covering from a prime minister who would rather hide at Rideau Cottage rather than facing the music. And so I look at the fact that when we talk about these powers given to the CRTC and, the fact that there's not going to be accountability here in Parliament, that this is an issue and that we do not want to see the unintended consequences without a thorough debate. This government has not earned the trust of Canadians when it comes to broadcasting. Now, let's not forget that this was the same heritage minister that seems to have no problem demanding licenses from news organizations. And I want to talk about that because I can share with you my own concerns on this, specifically with a situation that happened here in Elgin, Middlesex, London, with a person that I know who is a journalist in our region. And his concerns is by putting online publishers under the same auspices of broadcast regulations, they can't help but wonder whether it lays the groundwork to regulate online news content the way television and radio content are being governed by broadcast regulations. The government says news publishers will not be affected by these changes, but the problem is that the government has a limited definition of who qualifies and as news and as media. And according to the legislation in Part I, it indicates that specify that no person shall carry on a broadcasting undertaking other than online undertaking unless the person does so in accordance with a license or is exempted from the requirement to hold a license. Once again, I think right here what we're establishing is so many unknowns, and once again we need clarity on this. Just prior when this legislation came out, Andrew Coyne, of course, a writer at the Globe and Mail, wrote, and I quote, "If that sounds like paranoid, consider the weight of the government puts on its assurances that online broadcasters would not have to be licensed. That's true as far as it goes. They'd be obliged to register with the CRTC, subject to certain conditions of service enforced by fines." So we can talk about the fact that there's not going to be these limitations, but we have to look at some of this other language that is being used. And this is very, very concerning because at a time right now, I think it's really important that we have proper news agencies and proper news reporting, and that we are ensuring that we're getting all sides of the story. Finally, this bill does not provide any benchmarks to legislate the percentage of French content. And we have heard across from many of our members today, specifically from Quebec. I've been working on my French recently, and I hope to one day enjoy the bounty of wonderful content filmed and produced in Quebec in French. But this bill does nothing to help the French language content. Madam Speaker, I know that there are some serious modernizations that are needed to help in our Broadcasting Act here in Canada, but I do not believe that this bill is exactly what does this. I am very concerned with this bill, as I said, and that I think and hope that there is much more clarity on this. I believe that we do need to find a balance between our big corporations and our smaller corporations, the new players on the field and the players that have been there for years. But let's make sure that we're doing it with all players on board, because I believe that we're missing out. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to take any questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As we listen to members, whether they're speaking today or the last time the bill was brought forward, you'll find will reflect on the industry in terms of how much is actually changed over the many, many years. And so there is no doubt that there is a need for us to update or modernize, and the minister and the department have done a fantastic job in presenting the legislation. My question to the member is, would she not agree? The minister himself has indicated that he's open to ideas, that one of the things that we can do is take a look at bringing some of these ideas to the committee and seeing if in fact we can improve upon the legislation. And just to get her thoughts, just recognizing, things do change. And as she has pointed out, this is an incredibly important industry for us for many different reasons. So the time to do it is in fact now.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I don't think that we're not saying, and I would really like to help thank the Deputy House Leader. I don't think that we're not saying that it's not important to do this. And as indicating, the modernization is very important. I think it's been 28 years since this has been modernized. As I indicated, I like to go back to the 1990s when I went to university, and there was only one person who had a computer in our residence in 1990. Look where we're at in 2021, where you have phones and tablets and all of those things. We understand that there needs to be changes. But I think that when we're doing these consultations, looking at, I would say, a lack of consultations, everybody that I'm looking at on this consultation list are big players with a few minor players. But the opportunity to get into this business and industry is very, very complicated in the first place. And I do not know if the legislation and if the minister has considered all avenues. Thank you very much.
Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to hear in our colleague's speech that she agrees with the idea of establishing a balance between the stakeholders. And I'm pleased to hear that she wants a francophone percentage. It sounds like she would agree with the Bloc Québécois proposal where 40% would be allocated to francophone content. I would like to know what she thinks about community media, which have been left out in this legislation. Does she believe that these media could be added in committee to ensure that they get their share, given that they are responsible for a significant portion of local information?
Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the member. I am all about community media. I can tell that here in our own community, we have MyFM, which is one of the organizations that came here about 10 years ago, and we went through the licensing process so that we could have a community radio. We have the Elmer Express and the Dorchester Signpost, two small groups of newspapers that are out there working really hard. And I would show you my Elmer Express because it is truly the largest newspaper in Canada. And I mean, if you're looking at it and trying to expand it, it is physically the largest newspaper in Canada. And, you know, I look at the importance of local media. Ian McCollum, a local reporter who has been with the St. Thomas Times Journal, has done local media for multiple years. That is what we're seeing shrinking right now. Each and every day we can say, where's our local content? From our local newspapers that we're getting, we see a lot of things being pulled just from the national or owners of many of these media outlets. So I would really like to see more local news carried all of the time. That is something that connects our communities, and during this pandemic has actually been really beneficial for my community here in Elgin, Middlesex, London.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned layoffs we've seen over the past few weeks, and in my riding of Victoria, we've seen Bell Media laying off staff at Bell-owned stations like CFAX, CTV Vancouver Island. Bell received $122 million in pandemic relief-related subsidies, paid out increased dividends to their shareholders, and then turned around this week and laid off hardworking new staff. Bell received taxpayer support, paid out their shareholders, and laid off staff. It seems like this government is willing to give big breaks to big corporations at the expense of everyday Canadians. And can the member speak about the need for accountability for this government, accountability for these corporations, and the impact on our media and Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much to my colleague from Victoria. Absolutely. I think that's one of the biggest things that we need is accountability from both sides, accountability from this government on how they're spending their money. So wise spending is what we need to do, and this government has lacked on that, especially over the last 5 years, specifically in this last year of the pandemic. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my past life before politics, I was an independent recording artist. I was inspired by the music of Dan Hill, Anne Murray, David Foster, Celine Dion, and Shania Twain. I discovered them on radio and television, and I don't think it's a coincidence that most of my favorite musicians are Canadian. We have a lot of talent here. But the stars that I mentioned found their big break in the US instead of Canada. Madam Speaker, I share this story because I want to affirm the symbiosis of Canadian content creators and Canadian broadcasters on the lives of Canadians and the value of protecting these institutions to allow Canada's cultural and artistic identity thrive. Bill C-10 is important in spirit because it seeks to modernize a 28-year-old law that doesn't take into account diversified broadcasting platforms. With the arrival of the digital world, including internet, social media, and streaming. It is critical to acknowledge the reality of new and growing digital platforms and the implications of a global market and foreign players entering our system. And we must do so with consideration for the long-term sustainability of Canadian content and Canadian broadcasting platforms. This requires the adapting of CRTC mandates that will maximize the success of Canadian entities in the broadcasting ecosystem for the furtherance of Canada's heritage and economic prosperity. We cannot ignore the impact of the broadcasting, film, and music sectors on Canadian economy. Based on the report from November 2020 at the Canadian Heritage website, the GDP for broadcasting was $9.1 billion, with $16.9 billion in revenues and 41,901 jobs. The GDP for film and video was $4.3 billion, with $13.39 billion in revenues and 71,027 jobs. The GDP for music and sound recording was $637 million, with $577 million in revenues and 8,986 jobs. And the trend is also clear. Over the last 10 years, Canadians have increasingly moved toward internet streaming services for programs while moving away from paid subscription TV. They are both viable avenues for viewers today. The implications of these trends plead for a modernized Broadcasting Act. That is the intent of Bill C-10. But I'm not fully convinced that the proposed amendments will accomplish what it purports. I hope to address these issues today. Canadian content producers and broadcasters have a vital role in the production and relay of quality Canadian drama, reality shows, and news. Property Brothers, Schitt's Creek, Kim's Convenience, and The Wall of Chefs are top-notch Canadian shows that have garnered global attention. We're living in an exciting time for Canadian content, but content requires funding. Canadian content creators have expressed concern that the proposed amendment to Section 3(1)(f) of the Broadcasting Act reflect a weakening of the crucial position of Canadian creative resources in the Act. As the Act currently stands without amendments, it does so under the assumption of a closed system wherein Canadian-controlled and owned broadcasters hold a monopoly. Section 3(1)(f) currently reads, each broadcasting undertaking shall make maximum use and in no case less than predominant use of Canadian creative and other resources in the creation and presentation of programming. But Bill C-10 excludes the phrase maximum use and in no case less than predominant and other conditions. The amendment reads, each broadcasting undertaking shall make use of Canadian creative and other resources in the creation and presentation of programming to the extent that is appropriate for the nature of the undertaking. Canadian content creators are concerned that this amendment diminishes the critical position of Canadian creators in the Broadcasting Act. My concern with Section 3(1)(f), Madam Speaker, is the overall lack of clarity and accountability on the role of all broadcasters, whether traditional or modern, in contributing to the creation and presentation of Canadian content. I agree with Canadian creators that the amendment undermines the value of Canadian content in the Broadcast Act. In a time when Canadian stories are beginning to find larger audiences and are defining our artistic identity, the amendment to Section 3(1)(f) is a little disappointing. I would also like to add that the lack of copyright and intellectual property safeguards the amendments in the midst of an international environment does not reflect modernization. Writers, composers, publishers, and other copyright holders depend on royalties for their livelihoods. It is already difficult for Canadians with artistic vocations to make ends meet. Many domestic talents move to the US, Europe, or Asia to find a viable path. The lack of intellectual property protection in the growing complex digital world and globalized markets is unacceptable in this age. The Broadcasting Act needs to include a modernized copyright law. If Canada does not work toward optimizing the environment for creators to thrive, our cultural identity suffers. Canadian content isn't just a means to help Canadian works reach audiences. Canadian content should be protected and supported to help our arts and culture sectors help establish our heritage, our Canadian identity. Bill C-10 is important in spirit because it seeks to safeguard equitable programming. Bill C-10 amends the Broadcasting Act to, among other things, update the Canadian broadcasting policy set out in Section 3 of the Act by providing, among other things, that the Canadian broadcasting system should provide opportunities for Aboriginal peoples, provide programming in Aboriginal languages that reflects Aboriginal cultures, and provide programming that is accessible to persons with disabilities and free of barriers while serving the needs and the interests of Canadians, including Canadians from racialized communities and ethnoculturally diverse backgrounds. The bill amends the CRTC's mandate to require more content serving Aboriginal, disabled, racialized, and LGBTQ peoples. However, the bill does not address any guidelines to regulate French content. There is no provision of benchmark to legislate the percentage of French language content. Equitable programming means to also modernize the Broadcasting Act to ensure French and Quebec culture content are given adequate opportunities to thrive. Broadcasters are critical to fostering Canadian identity in the role they have with Canadian content. Whether they deliver Canadian news, reality shows, and drama, or contribute to the Canada Media Fund to produce Canadian content, they are critical to our cultural identity, everyday life, and our economy. With the current Broadcasting Act, they are obligation and content regulations that mean well to safeguard Canadian content creators, but inadvertently put them at risk of losing in their competition with foreign digital players who have access to Canadian consumers with little regulation at this time. If Canadian broadcasters fall down, then their support for Canadian content also falters. The broadcasting system is a delicate realm that requires a delicate balance for all to thrive. Providing an even playing field with foreign internet broadcasters like Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, Disney Plus, and Apple TV will certainly help alleviate the unfair competition. Foreign companies should also contribute to Canadian content. But with that should also come the right balance of regulation so all players, domestic and foreign, can flourish. If they thrive, their investment in Canadian content creation and presentation will inadvertently benefit the fostering of Canada's cultural identity and economy. In an age where many entities are competing for audiences in the digital world, Canadian news broadcasters are suffering. With the added drop in ad sales caused by the economic downturn from COVID-19, a fair and modernized Broadcasting Act will benefit Canada's broadcasting sector. However, Bill C-10 is too vague and does not ensure that web giants like Google and Facebook are obligated to compete under the same rules as Canadian companies. That does not explain how digital platforms and conventional players will compete on an even playing field. It does not explain the guidelines that will be put in place for the production of Canadian content and contributions to the Canadian Media Fund. It would be incumbent on CRTC to enforce regulations to reflect a modernized act. However, the role of CRTC is vague. The lack of clarity raises concern for all stakeholders as to how the CRTC will interpret their role. Will the CRTC overregulate and stifle Canadian broadcasters among foreign digital counterparts? Will they overregulate foreign players and shut them out of the system and thereby lessen opportunities for the relaying of Canadian content? Based on the way this bill is written, it feels like the Liberal government is passing the buck to the CRTC for all the decisions. They will then need to at least 9 months to undertake the first regulatory phase. In this COVID environment, we need broadcasters and Canadian creators to have an assurance that they will survive and hope to thrive among international players. Madam Speaker, I'd like to add that I would like to refer to a conversation I had with one of my constituents, Rob, who owns GearForce, a pro audio company that supports live concerts. He said that many of his technician friends in the entertainment industry are struggling not only because they're financially hurting because of shutdowns, but because they're not putting their skills to work. They're afraid they'll lose all the skills they honed over their lifetime. There's a certain standard of excellence that circulates in the arts and culture sector, whether among writers, composers, artists, artisans, or technical workers. They have to work hard to get where they are, and the opportunities are very competitive. A Broadcasting Act that is modernized with the right amendments is a small step forward to helping Canadian arts and culture sector workers and artists to find their place in life. However, an ambiguous bill can be more damaging because of potential misinterpretations. If Bill C-10 passes second reading, I hope there will be fulsome discussions in committee to amend this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for her intervention. I mean, I think that her and I agree on many things. The importance of the sector in Canada. Just one measure we have announced in the context of the COVID, an insurance backstop. Will help to create 60,000 jobs, and for $1 that the federal government is investing in that measure, the private sector will put in $10, Madam Speaker. But my question is really, I mean, wouldn't the interest of the people we are trying to serve be better served if we were having these conversations in committee and to try and improve upon the bill, which I've said from the beginning could be approved upon, rather than having this in this context where people are just talking. We can ask a question, but we're not actually working on the bill. That would be my question to the honourable member, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
I thank the minister for his question, and I really miss being on your committee. I want to agree that we do meet eye to eye on a lot of things, and I am not adverse to the idea of this going to committee. My concern is that there will be a fulsome discussion. That is my desire, to see a fulsome discussion to make sure that the ambiguities that have been expressed by many members will be addressed, that it will really bring us all toward a very balanced ecosystem for this sector, and not leave any glitches that will undermine the role of any one of those players. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague spoke about artists. Artists who are often covered by local media in our respective communities. Local media hasn't been supported during the pandemic. The government of Quebec understood the importance of local media and invested in local and community media. Meanwhile, the federal government in Ottawa was ultimately just investing in Facebook and Google and such companies rather than in local media. That's what I heard during a meeting in my riding during the pandemic with local media. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on the importance of setting an example and how important it is to take the money from the web giants that we need in order to reinvest in local media.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
I thank the member for her question, and I fully agree that local media is very important, especially at a time like this right now, where the details that local media can only produce is accessible. And that is part of my concern in terms of, even if this bill does go to committee, that there will be accountability, and that there will be regulations toward the web giants so that we can provide the tools for our sector to flourish and not just let it be a handout to a free ride for those web giants. So I appreciate her question.
The honourable member for Skinner Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Port Moody Coquitlam for her remarks. I've been trying to follow this debate closely, and it seems to me that there's broad agreement that amendments to our Broadcasting Act are necessary after such a long period of time, and there's broad agreement that there should be a level playing field created so that the web giants like Netflix aren't exerting undue influence and monopolizing our media and cultural markets. But it seems like there's a lack of clarity, and the member used the words ambiguous and noted that perhaps too much discretion is placed with the CRTC. The previous speaker noted that she felt that the current definition of Canadian content was overly restrictive. I'm wondering if the member could expand on what specific amendments she would like to see if this bill makes it to committee.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
I appreciate the member's question. I think what I would like to see overall is that balance. The way it is, again, because of the ambiguity and what is presented there, there could be better items there, clauses to work with. And in the big picture, I would just like to see more balance, and that no one is left out in how the Broadcasting Act moves forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Nova.
The honourable member for West Nova. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise in this virtual house to speak to Bill C-10. Like many of my colleagues, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this bill. As a proud Acadian, and on behalf of my entire Acadian community, Bill C-10 will have a very significant impact on the survival of our magnificent Acadian culture, which is very close to my heart and which also deserves to be promoted and protected. As the digital era explodes more than ever before, we're faced with the fact that the 28-year-old Broadcasting Act must be modernized without delay to adequately respond to changes of the internet and the massive arrival of social networks such as Facebook, Google, Netflix, Crave, and Spotify, just to name a few. Modernizing a law does not necessarily mean abolishing the past or forgetting what has forged our history until today, and not including it in the future to ensure its continuity and preservation, like Acadian culture. In its brief submitted to the CRTC at the time of the renewal of the CBC Radio-Canada license, the Société Nationale de l'Acadie recalled that it had to intervene on several occasions with Radio-Canada to support it, but unfortunately also to remind it of the requirements of its mandate. As a proud Acadian, it's clear that for all of the Acadian region, the national mandate of CBC and its public funding, to which all citizens contribute on an equal footing with all Canadians, are the sole guarantors of the services and must be preserved. Preserved, yes, but also respected. And if they aren't, then coercive measures must be imposed, and that those measures must be clearly included in Bill C-10, which is not the case. The SNA is the official representative of all Acadian people, and it promotes the rights and interests of Acadians. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the organization for its work and efforts in preserving the unique and beautiful Acadian culture. This bill seeks to amend to the Broadcasting Act on several points, for example, by adding the transmission or retransmission of programming over the internet as a distinct category of broadcast undertaking, updating the Canadian Broadcasting Policy in Section 3 to offer, for example, programming in Indigenous languages that reflects their culture. I believe that Bill C-10 must go even farther to ensure the presence and preservation of heritage like Acadian culture. I agree that the Act must be modernized, just as the Official Languages Act must be modernized. And on this side of the House, we want to be able to vote on a bill that will be fair for Canadian producers and broadcasters. For several years now, all Canadians have deplored the injustice of Netflix paying no taxes in Canada. The objective is to strike a balance between conventional and digital media and content. I fully agree with this objective, as French-speaking people in Nova Scotia listen to Radio-Canada, which is located in Halifax. But they're more aware of traffic jams in Montreal than they are listening to Nova Scotia artists. Now, I have to point out that the Atlantic provinces are unique. There's only one television production center supported by 3 radio production centers for the 4 provinces. And this is something that we wanted so that Acadie could be reflected as a whole in a way that's unique to it. But if the CBC doesn't respect its commitments, even if complaints are lodged with the CRTC, CBC unfortunately more often than not gets away with it without penalty because they're not subject to the same regulations as other broadcasters in Canada. It's unconscionable in 2021 that this exemption is still being granted, and that must be withdrawn under C-10. It's vital for the percentage of Canadian content to be strictly adhered to, and that all regions of Canada be equally able to enforce its local cultural content. Madam Speaker, as you understand, the Conservatives want fair regulation between digital media and conventional broadcasters. For the Conservatives, including me personally, in order for us to be able to support modernizing the Broadcasting Act, it must also include a clear, non-negotiable additional requirements in terms of French language content. Back home in Nova Scotia, the Acadian Federation pointed out in its brief presented to the CRTC as part of the renewal of the licenses for Radio-Canada on January 13th, that Acadians in Nova Scotia have only had access to French language education at the elementary level since 1981. It took a legal battle that went all the way to the Supreme Court to obtain access to a French language education in schools at the secondary level. Deprived of this French language education, the Acadians in Nova Scotia assimilated at an alarming rate. Between 1981 and 1996, the number of French-speaking Nova Scotia Acadians went from 80,000 people to 42,000. In the spring and fall of 2019, the Acadian Federation conducted an extensive provincial consultation on language insecurity. Respondents all said that they had experienced that, as well as discomfort or reluctance to express themselves in French, a feeling that they weren't adequate in French. I'm very saddened by these numbers and by the lack of knowledge of the Acadian community in Nova Scotia by Canadians, and that this has contributed to a sense of language insecurity. We need to create local content to recognize ourselves in the media. The only way of increasing the place of French is to replace the reference in Section 3, which weakens it further. It's a step backwards that is completely unacceptable and represents something much vaguer and, above all, weaker than what is being provided for regarding Indigenous content, for an example. This is another example of the Liberal government's contradictory position. On the one hand, it wants to weaken an essential measure in a weak law, and at the same time, it wants to make Francophone communities across the country believe that they will introduce a bill to modernize the Official Languages Act, whose primary concern will be the protection of the French language for all Francophone communities in minority settings. That makes no sense. Considering all of these points, it will be impossible for me to vote in favor of this bill without a firm commitment from the government to thoroughly review all of the amendments that are necessary to improve this bill and to ensure that in the future, Canadian, Acadian, and Francophone content has the place it deserves. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've been at this debate for 4 days worth of debating now. It's very clear that most Conservatives are opposed to this bill. They've made that clear, but it doesn't seem to be something that people are fighting tooth and nail over. I'm just curious why the Conservatives won't let this bill come to a vote so that we can either see it collapse or we can get it to committee to continue to work on this stuff that the member and previous Conservatives have been talking about. Why are the Conservatives holding this up?
Le député de Nova West.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that question. And quite honestly, we need an indication from government that there can be changes made to this bill. As I said in my remarks, there needs to be a representation of Francophone communities outside of Quebec, and especially when it comes to Acadian representation, we need to have a better idea of how, let's say, the CRTC will work with or charge the CBC in providing those services that are needed for our community. Like I said,
80,000 Acadians said that they spoke French in 1981, down to 42,000 in 1996. It's unacceptable, and the CBC, CRTC have a lot to do with this one as well.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Come on.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for those remarks. I want to ask him if he can explore a little bit just the question of what constitutes a broadcaster. This is a major concern for me is what would be defined as a broadcaster, who's in, who's out, and how these regulations could be applied to relatively smaller operators. If somebody starts their own YouTube channel but gets a very large number of subscribers, do they become subject to all kinds of regulations around, for instance, diversity and content that may be beyond their scope to be aware of or include, and that these subjective determinations are ultimately out of our hands as legislators? Does a member have concerns about that he'd like to elaborate on?
Well,
the Honourable Member for West Nova.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. Ultimately, there has to be some, clear definition on what these will constitute. Listen, in a smaller context, when we're looking at small community radio stations, in our particular case here in Nova Scotia, there's only a few Francophone radio stations that are beyond the CBC. They can be in direct conflict or direct competition with some of these smaller things smaller groups that have no regulations at all and can sort of say and do anything that they want. So we want to make sure that we keep those small community radio stations available, and so that they're not in competition with these smaller groups. But what does it constitute? What does it mean? And I'm hoping the minister will hopefully clarify some of those things.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for West Nova for his remarks. I'd like to hear him talk about the importance of the Francophone Fact and content on Netflix, for example. If he's got some suggestions, perhaps, should we use a carrot approach with financial incentives? Or should we use a more of a carrot or a stick approach? The Honourable Member for West Nova.
I'd
like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. We want to have the means to make a positive impact. When it comes to French and Acadian content, there isn't a great deal. We need to see, we as Acadians, Francophones, Indigenous peoples, we need to see ourselves reflected on social media, at CBC, Radio-Canada. So I think that there can be more acceptable ways of getting them into the regions.
Resuming a debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. I have to say, this has to be one of the most enjoyable debates I've had the opportunity to participate in this chamber. It's when we have a vast and diverse country such as ours, it's interesting to see the different local content from far corners of our country. And it is something that is near and dear to my heart. Because not just of the content that you see on the screen, but of the experiences of the persons who are involved in creating the content, and that includes the background extras. I had the very good fortune of being a background extra in several productions in my hometown in Regina and the surrounding area, and it all came about by chance, but it really did open my eyes to the so-called gig economy that has become much more in the news lately during the pandemic. So I was walking through the mall one day in Regina, and I saw a guy who has since become a good friend of mine with a table and a sign. And the sign said, "Sign up here to be in TV shows." And I said to him, "Well, what's this all about?" And he was the casting director for a local company called Partners in Motion, which makes movies and TV shows in Regina and southern Saskatchewan. And he said, "You know what, son? You look like a police officer." And we have a spot for you in this documentary series called Crime Stories, where we're having, we need background extras to reenact these crimes, and we need you to come and arrest someone. I'll cast you right now in the role of a police officer to arrest some criminal in this documentary series. And I said, sure, sounds like fun, sounds like a good way to make minimum wage on the side, and so that's what I did. And it really opened my eyes how there are many people in my community who had a hobby or a gig job being background extras in TV shows. And so over the course of the following months and years, I arrested many different people in this crime series, and I got to be a soldier in wars, and I got to be a particularly memorable experience. I got to be a background extra in the Corner Gas the movie. But people tend to talk about Corner Gas, the TV show, but there was a major motion picture a few years ago based on all the characters of Dog River in Corner Gas. So it was certainly very memorable to be able to walk up and down Main Street, Rollo, Saskatchewan, and I believe I played townsperson number 7 in that particular movie. Much to my dismay, I was not nominated for an Oscar that year, but maybe in the sequel, perhaps my name will come up. But I think that I have not seen anything in this bill to address the gig economy and people who work in the industry on a casual basis. And I strongly suspect that this is something not specific to Regina, Saskatchewan, but specific to people who work in the industry all across this great country of ours. And so I think we could do Canadians a lot of good by withdrawing this bill and rewriting from scratch to make sure that everyone is included in this bill, to make sure that we have the best legislation we can for Canadians. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I would like to move the following motion, seconded by my colleague, the member from Brandon-Souris. And the motion reads as follows. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following, quote, Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be not now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and the subject matter thereof referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Cram, seconded by Mr. Maguire, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, to not be now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and the subject matter thereof referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? So, what do we do? Does the honourable member have the agreement of the House? All those in favour of the amendment? No? Okay. But
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm fairly versatile. I'd be happy to either speak to the motion or ask a question, whichever I would be allowed to.
Question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit disappointed. I know that the minister has put in a great effort in terms of ensuring that there was a great deal of consultation. I think that we're in a process of modernizing something that really does need to be looked at, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member is, why would he want to ultimately move a motion of this nature, given the importance of the industry? He himself was even talking about the importance of the industry. There's absolutely nothing wrong in terms of finish the debate And once that debate has come to an end, it goes to committee. Members would be able to present amendments if they feel that it's necessary. Even the minister has indicated his willingness to receive amendments. Why wouldn't the member follow that sort of a course?
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I have particular concerns about the delegation of authority to the CRTC and the lack of accountability in, not just the CRT, but other arm's-length government agencies. As the honourable member may be aware, I currently serve on the Transportation Committee, and we have been having a considerable amount of difficulty with NAV Canada with respect to the closure of air traffic control towers. And although NAV Canada is a government agency, or an agency created by an act of Parliament, there is no, or there seems to be a serious lack of accountability for this particular government agency. And I do not want to see the same situation transpire with the CRTC. So I think that the best thing to do is to proceed with the motion which I tabled a minute ago. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague. The parliamentary calendar usually takes into account how many people want to speak to a bill before it's referred to committee. And I believe that that's what happened in this case too with C10 in order to move things along according to whatever decision the House made about referring it to committee or not. So I think that's the way of proceeding, knowing that usually members agree amongst themselves on how to proceed and what the schedule should be for a bill.
Wascana.
Je voudrais remercier.
I'd like to thank the member for that question. The most important thing is to have the best possible legislation for Canadians. So I think the thing to do is to start this bill over, as I said a few minutes ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, your point of order.
Yes, who is the honourable member raising a point of order?
Yeah.
I'll defer to you, Kev. Sorry.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. I know that if you deem that the motion is in fact in order, I would be prepared to speak to it, so I'd rather you not call for the vote, but I would be prepared to speak to the motion if you rule the motion in order.
Can we interrupt for a few minutes? We are pursuing the debate. We are going to continue on speeches, so we will pursue the debate. There will be no vote, no call for votes on the amendment. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. Sorry, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. Do you still have a point of order?
No, that was my point of order.
The honourable member.
Let's just be clear with what's going on here, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives are introducing this motion that they know won't get through so that they can reset the entire speaking roster so that they can continue to drag this debate on and on and on. We're already at day 4 of this. The Conservatives don't want to see this go to committee. They don't want anything to happen on this particular motion. It's just very clear that this member has introduced this strictly for the purpose of just dragging this on longer and longer. At least he can just stand up and admit that he did not answer the parliamentary secretary's question when he specifically asked, if you're so passionate about this, why don't you let this go to committee rather than trying to kill it all on the floor right now?
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his question. I guess the fundamental question that we have to ask ourselves is democracy a good thing, or is democracy a bad thing? Is it good to debate these bills so that we get the best laws for Canadians, or isn't it? If this particular law has not been amended for many years, then 4 days it does not strike me as a particularly long time to debate the bill. I mean, if we're going to be living with this bill for many decades to come, then 4 days does not strike me as a particularly long time to debate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well,
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the speaker with her incredible patience on this Friday afternoon. And I would just like to make a comment at the outset here that I have been very impressed with the minister's openness to listen, his demeanor, and his tone. A more partisan person than me, of course, I would never do this, might say that he could share that message with a member from Kingston and the Island, but I would never say that. Of course. Madam Speaker, could I just bother you by telling me how much time I might have before close of business? Okay, perfect. Thank you. I am honored to rise virtually in the House today to speak about the subject that I'm very passionate about, the update for Broadcasting Act. And I will tell the minister directly before I get into the content, because he does seem very open, and I do congratulate him on his tone. And actually, he's been great to work with. And I'd put another plug in for the Capitol Theatre in Port Hope. Please help us out. But what my big ask would be in terms of an amendment is protecting those smaller operators. We need tighter rules. We can't just leave this up to the CRTC. There are fabulous professionals working there doing the best they can, but we need to make sure that there are solid protections. So I'll get into the substance of my speech now. Before I begin with, I would like to say that I believe that there are some great arguments. And in fact, this act desperately needs to be updated over 28 years. In that very long time, we've seen the evolution of the internet, the introduction of some big players like Facebook, Google, Netflix, and Spotify. I believe in the light of this innovation, it is important that we upgrade the bill. However, as I said, I have serious concerns about this bill, that it may actually inflict more harm than good. One of the fundamental changes in the communications sector in the last 20 years is the democratization of access. Canadians are no longer limited to a couple of voices through their television. Canadians now have the ability to listen and express themselves through Twitter and Facebook, YouTube, and many other platforms. In many ways, these platforms are closer to the 1800s of going out to the public square and expressing yourself, and anyone who wants to listen can. It should be pointed out that many of these individuals who participate through YouTube or other platforms contribute a lot to our national discourse on matters like politics, philosophy, culinary arts, and health. Having this cacophony of voices, bringing with it them the life experiences and perspective, not only enriches our lives, but it makes our society better. Combatants enter the arena of ideas, and they have the opportunity to put their theories, their ideas, and our society decides whether they are enlightened or maybe just missing the point. For those who share the great ideas, I thank you. You make our country better. For those who lose in the battlefield of ideas, I tell them, you know what, look at the Republic and what Socrates says. Those who lose the argument are the better for it because they walk away with knowledge, which often happens to the member from Kingston and the Island. So he should be particularly thankful. Just like everything, there are bad actors in this world, and there are bad actors in the broadcasting sector, individuals that spread hate, lies, and conspiracy theory. This behavior is reprehensible, abhorrent, and disgusting. The legislation has the laudable objective of curating online content to protect Canadians against hate and to promote quality Canadian programming.
And I have to inform the honourable member that the honourable member will have 6 minutes to 6 minutes to conclude his speech when the bill next comes for debate. Comme il est 13h30.
It being 1:30, the House will now deal with private members' business according to today's order paper.
Act standing in the name of Mr. Waugh.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on the private members' Bill C-218 and the importance of single sports betting to my community and to Canada. This bill would decriminalize new forms of sports gambling in Canada. While Canadians across the country are currently permitted to place bets on a series of sports events, a form of parlay betting, they are prohibited from placing a bet on an event in or an outcome of a single game or match. These new forms of betting are referred to by many as single event sports betting or single sports betting. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, by telling you what single sports betting means to my community in Windsor-Tecumseh. It means jobs, Madam Speaker. This past winter, I invited Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to join a discussion with local workers and labor leaders from Windsor-Tecumseh and Essex County. The Prime Minister wanted to hear directly from workers from Windsor-Essex. We discussed priorities, investments in the automotive sector, national childcare to help parents get working again, investments in healthcare, including mental health, and protecting our environment. Dana Dunphy, who is the Unifor Local 444 unit chair at Caesars Windsor, took the floor and talked about the importance of single sports betting to Caesars Windsor and its 2,500 workers. She spoke very passionately and eloquently about the tremendous pain that Caesars Windsor workers and their families have gone through during COVID-19. Even before the latest lockdown, less than 10% are back at work, Madam Speaker. And so our government put forward a bill to legalize single sports betting. That bill is for Dana and for the 2,500 workers at Caesars Windsor. The legalization of single sports betting will help keep Caesars Windsor competitive, especially against American casinos in Michigan that are literally a stone's throw away who have already legalized single sports betting. It will help protect these vital jobs in our community, while at the same time introducing responsible gaming. It has been a long road getting here, Madam Speaker. There have been many people who have advocated hard for this day in Windsor-Essex, as it really was a true team effort. And here I want to acknowledge the work of my predecessor, Joe Comartin, who first raised this issue over 10 years ago, and my colleagues from across the floor, MP Brian Massey and MP Kevin Waugh, who have brought this issue forward as a private member's bill during this Parliament. Back home, I want to acknowledge and thank Dave Cassidy, the president of our local Unifor 444, who has advocated for single sports betting since my first week on the job. And that's when we got together over a plate of bacon and eggs at Uptown Restaurant and talked about the priorities of Unifor members like single sports betting and protecting jobs at FCA. A few weeks later, Dave and I sat across a table with Mayor Dilkins of Windsor, Mayor McNamara of Tecumseh, and MP Massey. We were joined by the CEO of Caesars Windsor and the CEO of Tourism Windsor Essex and Pelee Island, as well as the CEO of the Windsor Essex Regional Chamber of Commerce. We were all united in our support for single sports betting, and we made that commitment to work together to get it done. And so here we are, in sight of the finish line. I thought that I would start my remarks by discussing recent developments in the United States with respect to single event sports betting. Since a 2018 ruling from the Supreme Court of the United States, single event sports betting has been proliferating steadily throughout our southern neighbor on a state-by-state basis. Today, 20 U.S. states have now legalized single sports betting. Along with this change in the law in the United States, we have seen a significant shift in the positions of major sport league. Rather than seeing single sport betting as a potential threat to the integrity of organized sports, Major League Sports now see it as a viable commercial opportunity. The American Gaming Association estimates that 7.2 million people will place online wagers for the Super Bowl alone and generate $4.3 billion in bets from this one single game. In Canada, provincial governments have long been supportive of legalizing single sports betting. Ontario, for example, called for the legalization of single sports betting by the federal government in its 2019 budget. As a result of the current prohibition, it is estimated that $14 billion a year is directed away from provincial lottery systems to underground providers of sports betting. Taxing this potential betting activity would not only help pay for important social services, it could also be used to assist those people who suffer from gambling problems. This legislation will not introduce something that is not already here. Canadians who want to participate in single sports betting are doing so in unlicensed markets. That money is funding the coffers of organized crime rather than governments that provide important services to Canadians. Provinces and territories are losing revenue not just to organized crime, but to American and European countries that have already chosen to regulate single sports betting. Now is the time for the government to act and begin competing on a fair playing field with the United States and other countries. While putting forward strong arguments for the legalization of single sports betting, it is important at the same time to consider the negative impacts of sports betting, and in particular the potential devastating impacts of gambling and addiction on vulnerable groups within our society. Mental health and addictions experts have come before Parliament in the past to provide advice on how single event sports betting might affect our society. These issues can lead to loss of material possessions, physical health issues, job loss, and even intimate partner violence and other forms of criminal activity. We must listen to experts and be willing to learn. And I very much look forward to a full debate on the impacts that these amendments could have here in Canada. I know this government takes concerns regarding vulnerable sectors of society very seriously, especially in light of the difficulties many Canadians today have been caused or exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, continuing to criminalize this behavior is not, in my opinion, the appropriate path forward. While the federal government primarily operates in this area using the criminal law, our provincial and territorial partners are empowered to manage and conduct, in other words, regulate, what have been coined as lottery schemes. They use revenues from regulating and taxing these lottery schemes or systems to provide important social services, services that are more important than ever due to the impact of COVID-19. Our provincial and territorial partners take great steps to educate the public with respect to gaming and betting products. The only area in which the federal government continues to regulate gaming and betting is the unique pari-mutuel system of betting on live horse racing. All other gambling activities are now either directly regulated or licensed by provincial governments. The Canadian Pari-Mutuel Agency, or CPMA, is a special operating agency within Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. And under the purview of the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, the CPMA not only regulates and supervises pari-mutuel betting on horse races, but it also administers the National Equine Drug Control Program to ensure the stability of the horse racing industry through fair play. As with all decisions we are called upon to make as parliamentarians, there is an appropriate balance that must be struck. I am looking forward to debating and studying this issue, all aspects of this issue, and working with all members from all parties to ultimately decriminalize single event sport betting and to bring it into a safe and regulated space. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the Bloc Québécois for giving me this opportunity to speak to this important issue, especially because we see more and more ads for sports betting, and it's not just Lotto Quebec that is involved. I'd also like to give a shout out to frontline workers who are under a lot of stress given what's happening these days, and they have my full gratitude under the circumstances. Okay, and so to begin with, I'd like to thank my colleague from Saskatoon Grassroots and also my colleague from Windsor West, who began this a number of years ago.
I think that the changes proposed by this bill will be more transparent and will enable the government to take further measures to help vulnerable people or people struggling with addiction. That's very important, and there's also the matter of revenues. It's very important to support vulnerable people, and so I would like to say today that I support Bill C-218, which seeks to amend the criminal code in order to enable sports betting to be done on a single event at a time, as is already the case in many states in the US, instead of having to bet on a minimum of 2 sporting events or more. This would enable provinces to set up more guidelines for sports betting and will give provinces the legal means to help ensure better safety and limit abuse. There will also be more economic repercussions from this. We believe in the Bloc Québécois that transparency is the best way to counter the problems of organized crime. And the fact that the legislation will have more flexibility will enable Loto-Québec to gather revenues associated with these transactions. According to the Canadian Gaming Association, the government could recuperate $27 billion that are currently going to the black market. And through the Loto-Québec Crown Corporation, the Quebec government would be better able to prevent issues related to pathological gambling than organized crime. The government of Quebec, with initiatives like the Mise sur Toi Foundation, is helping to create support mechanisms. Thanks to this approach, we are avoiding the vicious cycle of debts, organized crime, and the distress experienced by illegal gamblers. But when you're involved in the black market, the government doesn't know who is having issues and can intervene for those who have a gambling problem. In addition, this bill would limit the competition that exists in sports betting and that prevents Loto-Québec from avoiding unfair competition from American casinos. Because indeed, our proximity with the U.S. means that people can easily place bets outside our borders. This bill would enable Quebec to do something about this. We've seen that with, for example, people living near Detroit. Bill C-218 would enable Quebec and other provinces to better regulate sports betting. That would be impossible if the matter remained in the hands of U.S. casinos and foreign websites. Today, with the Internet, Bill C-218 would encourage the development of our Crown Corporation, Loto-Québec, in order to limit capital flow abroad. Think, for example, of poker-playing websites. Bill C-218 would underscore the principle of reciprocity between the sports betting market in Canada and in the U.S. Very concretely, C-218 would protect Quebec and Canada casinos. Currently, the Plattsburgh casinos in New York State are competing with the Montreal Casino or Quebec City, and same thing with the casinos around Detroit and Michigan, which are competing with the Windsor Casino in Ontario. In addition, getting back some of the money that is currently spent beyond our borders would help to create our own support mechanisms and contribute to the well-being of our fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, Bill C-218 would also take money away from organized crime. It would make life more difficult for organized crime by avoiding some of the revenue that would have gone to organized crime, and it would also avoid negative outcomes like what a young man in Quebec experienced. I'm just going to read an extract from La Presse to support what I'm saying. He betted online, and when he arrived, he had to enter his name and a password to access the site and be able to bet on the results of sporting events, and even the next presidential election in the States. Now, according to our research, the name of the site was registered to a Panamanian company, and the server is in Costa Rica since March 2015, but it only became active a year later. The same company that owns that server also hosts about 75 other online betting sites. And we were explained that the sports betting owned by the Montreal Mafia was directed by someone who manages a series of assistants and recruiters. And these recruiters are responsible for the players they've recruited. The interest rates to pay back the debt can go up to 3 to 5% a week. And when one of these players has high debt, someone linked with organized crime can buy the debt and then end up going after the debt with the player and with the gambler and their family. The family of the gambler can then find themselves with a duty for paying off the debt, and people have lost their home in this way. Now, the idea here in C218 has a long history of hitting roadblocks. 10 years ago in 2011, a bill very similar to this one was tabled, and only the Liberals voted against it. So it's curious to see that 10 years later, the Liberals tabled Bill C-13, wanting to amend the criminal code for the same purpose. Then a new version of the bill that was adopted in the House was died on the order paper in the Senate, which is quite surprising. In September 2016, the Bloc Québécois voted in favor of Bill C-221, introduced by an NDP member, and once again, curiously, the member for Windsor West, and once again, curiously, most Liberals opposed the bill. I'm sure that my colleague for Windsor West will be in favor of this Bill C-218 tabled by our Conservative colleague for Saskatoon Grassward. And he'll mention that he himself had tabled a similar bill. So in conclusion, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill because it will enable Lotto-Québec to get fresh revenue and prevent this Crown Corporation from having to undergo unfair competition from American casinos. And it will enable Quebec and the other provinces to better regulate sports betting. Much better than if it remained on foreign websites and in foreign casinos. Crown corporations are better positions to prevent pathological gambling than organized crime is. And it's also in a good position to support victims and all those who are caught up in the workings of illegal sports betting. This psychological distress is serious and something needs to be done. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and a real pleasure to be joining the debate today on Bill C-218. And for starters, I'd like to congratulate the member for Saskatoon Grasswood for bringing forward this bill for the House's consideration, an important amendment to the criminal code. You know, I was a member in the previous parliament, the 42nd parliament, and during my time there, I served as our party's justice critic for the 2017 year. And of course, as a part of my role, I became quite familiar with the criminal code. I also became quite familiar with how out of date so many of its sections are, and how it's important that the criminal code as a very important federal statute and which has huge impacts on so many people's lives, it's why it's important for that statute to have regular review and regular revisions. And, you know, to its credit, the Liberal government in the previous parliament did try to revise many out-of-date sections, but because of the impact it has on institutions and so many individuals, it's important that we do regularly review its particular sections. And that brings me to Bill C-218, because Bill C-218 is going to make a very minor, but I think important amendment to the criminal code, amending a specific section, section 207, subsection 4B, which defines what lottery schemes are and explicitly prohibits provinces from allowing wagering on any race or fight or on a single sports event or athletic contest. So, you know, criminal law, it is an area of shared jurisdiction. The federal government, the federal parliament has exclusive jurisdiction in amending the criminal code. And of course, the administration of justice is conducted by the provinces. But this goes to show you that, you know, the actions of the federal parliament can have wide-ranging consequences, sometimes on provincial jurisdiction. And we know, I know from my own home province and in provinces right across the country, the regulation of casinos and of course the different lottery corporations is very much exists under provincial control. So this is an area where we as a federal parliament can have a positive impact by allowing provinces to have a little bit more control over this very significant sector, and one which currently, under its regulated form, employs a lot of people and provides a lot of benefits to many Canadians and communities across the country. So, and in recognition of what the member has done with this bill, I would be remiss if I didn't recognize also my friend and colleague, the member for Windsor West, who, of course, in the previous parliament brought forward a bill that was exactly the same as this one. That would have been Bill C-221. I was there on September the 21st, 2016, when unfortunately that bill was defeated by a vote of 156 to 33. And of course, it was defeated at the time because most Liberal members of Parliament voted against that bill. So, Madam Speaker, here we are. It's the year 2021. This is an ongoing issue. We could have resolved this issue back in 2016. And it's a real shame that, we've had to wait so many years before we're finally coming to a stage where it seems like we might have enough support to actually get this over the line. And of course, I know the member for Windsor West, and of course his former colleague, Joe Coe-Martin, who used to be the MP for Windsor-Tecumseh, another great New Democrat, who also first brought about this issue back in 2010. They've had a lot of help in their respective ridings and from across the country. And I know the member for Windsor West is very appreciative of people like the current president, David Cassidy of Unifor Local 444, and the past president, Ken Loenza. So those are two individuals, and there are many others who have really helped make the case for this bill. And as is often the case, it's our privilege as members of Parliament to take that strong collective community action and actually put it into a piece of legislation for our Parliament to consider. So, I did mention how most Liberal MPs contributed to the defeat of the previous bill back in 2016. And I need to highlight that fact, Madam Speaker, because we're now in a situation where we're debating this current private member's bill, but we also have a parallel bill that was introduced by the very same Liberal government in the form of Bill C-13. And that was introduced last year on November the 26th, and it's still stuck at first reading. So it gives rise to questions as to whether the Liberals are actually, in fact, serious about this. Are they, when we come to a vote on this particular bill, going to throw their support behind it? Are they going to slow play C-13? I have heard some supportive speeches from current Liberal MPs, but we don't know where the vast majority of that caucus lies, and it would be great to have some actual clarification on which way the Liberals are going to go this time. So with a closer examination of what this bill does, of Bill C-218, the one before us, this is essentially making that amendment to the criminal code to give provinces the ability to allow wagers on single sports betting. Now, I'm certainly not an expert on this, but I think it's important to recognize that, helping modernize the criminal code to give that jurisdictional responsibility to provinces, but just a real recognition also that this is a sector, in the legal gaming sector, that already employs so many Canadians. This is a sector that contributes billions of dollars in tax revenues to governments of every stripe. It's one that employs thousands of Canadians. I don't have any casinos in my own riding of Couch and Malahat-Langford, but in the neighboring riding of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke in the town of View Royal, there is a casino there. It's on tough times right now because of COVID-19, but this is if we were to make this important amendment to the criminal code, this is another thing that casino could offer to its patrons, and try and reap economic benefits off of when we get to the recovery phase. And it's important to talk about why allowing this is so important, because we know that single sports betting in Canada does exist. It exists in the United States, it exists here. The main difference, though, is that in Canada, it is illegal by virtue of this existing part of the criminal code. So we're in a situation, Madam Speaker, where, speakers on this bill, both back in 2016 and in previous iterations, and on this current bill, acknowledge that it exists. And if it's going on illegally, that means it is the black market that is taking all of the benefits. So, when you're dealing with the criminal code and you're looking at how various sections are acting, you have to make a very thorough analysis of whether keeping an existing section of the law is even worth it if so many people are in fact breaking the law and if most of the benefits from that activity are going to black market. So if the revenues from single sports betting are funding illegal activity, funding the purchase of guns, contributing to local drug trade, that's a bad thing. And we need to find ways to properly regulate it under provincial authorities. So, I don't want to go into too much detail on this, but I think that in itself is an excellent reason for us to consider amending this section of the criminal code to bring it under provincial regulations, because there are strong steps being made to make stronger regulations in gaming as well. I mean, in my own province of British Columbia, we have certainly seen some major inquiries into money laundering that was going on in casinos. So I'm not saying that casinos haven't had their problems, but because of the actions that were brought about by people laundering money through casinos, the province of BC has now stepped in with tighter regulations. And I think that if we as a federal parliament were to make this important amendment to the criminal code, I think provinces like BC and others would bring in the necessary and strong regulations to ensure that it's going on. So, I mean, if you look down at the United States, Americans are going to spend they spent about $150 billion on sports betting in 2016. And here in Canada, it's estimated that Canadians illegally wager between $14 and $15 billion annually on single sporting events. So that is not a small sum of money, and I think that's something that we have to take great account of. I will end, Madam Speaker, by just noting that there are a list of great supporters of this, and includes the National Unifor Union, the City of Windsor, the Canadian Gaming Association, but also closer to home for me, the Attorney General of British Columbia. And I think we would do well as a federal parliament to listen to those voices, both from the private sector, from Labor, and from provincial governments, to make sure that we pass this bill. So I indicate my strong support for C-218, and I hope to see us get it to committee where it can have that important analysis. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Regina Westcan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Throughout 2020, Mosaic Stadium in Regina, home of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, sat vacant, empty of the fans and their beloved players during the pandemic. It is my hope that someday, in the not-too-distant future, Rider Nation will once again gather safely, sit shoulder to shoulder, and cheer on the green and white as they pummel the Winnipeg Blue Bombers or any other inferior team. To get to that future moment in the bleachers, under a bright blue prairie sky, the teams of the Canadian Football League are going to need sources of revenue, the lack of which led to the cancellation of last year's football season. And that is why I am pleased to speak in favor of Bill C-218, the Safe and Regulated Sports Betting Act. Many of the merits of this bill have already been explained in detail in this House by my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood. One of the most persuasive arguments in favor of Bill C-218 is the good that could be done if the $14 billion in revenue generated every year in Canada by single-game sports betting were redirected from underground or offshore entities to lawful distribution in Canada. Currently, as the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood has pointed out, the provincial government of Saskatchewan, as well as other provinces, already takes revenues from lottery ticket programs such as Sport Select and Proline to help fund amateur sports and other community activities. These gambling services, known as parlay betting, require bettors to place wagers on multiple sporting events. For example, if I want to bet on the Saskatchewan Roughriders to beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, I cannot bet on just that one game. I also have to bet on one or two other games that I may not be interested in watching. And if I don't pick those other games correctly, no payout is made. And I can inform the House from personal experience just how annoying and frustrating that can be. But even with these limitations, parlay betting generates approximately $500 million in revenue in Canada every year. Now, let's consider the $500 million generated annually by parlay betting, and then think about the $14 billion generated annually by single-game sports betting in Canada. What could be done with that extra $14 billion? One institution that could benefit from this extra revenue is the Canadian Football League and its 9 members teams. If it's the CFL that incurs all of the costs of putting on the games that people are going to be betting on, then it seems reasonable that the league and its teams will want to negotiate with their provincial governments some sort of revenue sharing agreement for some of the revenues generated from single-game sports betting. The Canadian Football League, or its predecessors, have been part of Canadian culture for almost as long as Confederation, with the Canadian Rugby Football Union having been founded in 1884. The Grey Cup trophy has been around for over a century, having been donated by Governor General Earl Grey in 1909. Since then, this trophy has been presented every November to the winner of the championship Grey Cup game, the only interruptions being for World War I, the Spanish flu pandemic, and the current pandemic, which canceled last year's football season. On a personal note, I can honestly say that one of my fondest childhood memories is watching the 1989 Grey Cup game on TV in my parents' basement with my older brother and the neighbor kids, as the Saskatchewan Roughriders beat the Hamilton Tiger Cats in the newly opened Toronto Skydome. I apologize to any members from Hamilton if that brought back some bad memories. As we come out of the pandemic, many Canadians, including myself, would like to see life get back to normal. That includes seeing the Canadian Football League play the 2021 season. I would like to remind the House that another option to enable the CFL to play this season is to simply provide them with a massive taxpayer subsidy. In fact, this is exactly what the league was asking for last spring, anywhere from $30 million to $150 million. Madam Speaker, I can't help but think that it would be nice if we could have our cake and eat it too. It would be nice if we could save this great Canadian institution without being a burden to taxpayers. I believe that decriminalizing single-game sports betting will allow the Canadian Football League the opportunity to do exactly this. I would like to discuss now how Bill C-218, once passed into law, can create a voluntary source of revenue to help the Canadian Football League, its member teams, and other organizations recover from the major economic disruption of the pandemic. Quite simply, many organizations, including some professional sports teams, had already negotiated revenue sharing agreements in the past with their provincial governments for parlay betting such as Proline and Sports Select. If single-game sports betting were to be decriminalized and regulated by provincial governments, then this presents a real opportunity for the Canadian Football League and its member teams to negotiate future revenue-sharing agreements for the revenues generated from single-game sports betting. If such a framework had been in place prior to the pandemic, then perhaps last year's CFL season could have been saved. The problem faced last year by the Canadian Football League is that their business model depends on gate-driven revenues, such as ticket sales, concessions, and parking. Other sources of revenue, such as TV contracts and merchandise, just aren't enough to make the league economically viable. This is why the 2020 season was canceled, and this is why the 2021 season is in jeopardy. But if single-game sports betting were legal in this country, and if the CFL had revenue-sharing agreements in place with their provincial governments, then this long-standing Canadian institution would be on stronger financial footing to come out of the pandemic and once again be economically viable. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Football League is a benefit to many Canadians over and above the players and fans. Every team at every stadium needs hundreds of workers to bring each game to life. Think of them all: food and beverage vendors, security guards, tour bus and motor coach operators, even sports broadcasters and camera operators all have a role to play in creating the contest on the field and on the TVs and tablets of fans all across the country. Madam Speaker, I sincerely hope that we will get out of this current pandemic as soon as possible without a third or fourth wave. I would also like for there to be no more pandemics in the future. We can all get on with our lives, and there will be no need for the CFL to ask the federal government for a taxpayer-funded bailout to save the season or the league. If parliamentarians agree to pass Bill C-218 into law, then provincial legitimization of that $14 billion in annual gaming revenues can help improve the lives, not just of the players and fans of the Canadian Football League, but also of people involved in other sports, cultural and community organizations across the country, as these revenues are distributed legally under various provincially regulated frameworks. In conclusion, I would like to thank my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood, for sponsoring this bill. And finally, Madam Speaker, if Bill C-218 is passed into law, I'll bet you $50 the Saskatchewan Roughriders win the Grey Cup this year. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Je vous remercie de me donner l'occasion.
I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to participate in Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sports betting, sponsored by the member for Saskatchewan-Grasswood.
Betting on sports events occurs today throughout Canada in the form of parlay betting and pari-mutuel betting. Parlay betting allows individuals to wager on the outcome of multiple sporting events, and pari-mutuel betting is a unique form of betting that allows bettors to wager on live horse racing. These two examples provide individuals with the opportunity to participate in a safe and regulated betting environment. However, single-event sports betting is currently not permitted in Canada. This type of betting allows an individual to wager solely on the outcome of a single event or game, such as the Grey Cup. The premise of our criminal law in this area is a blanket prohibition on all gaming and betting activity. Betting, bookmaking, placing bets for third parties, and similar gambling-related activities are all illegal. However, from that basic premise that all gambling activities are illegal, a series of exceptions have been enacted over time. Bill C-218 is drafted as a short and straightforward bill. It proposes a single amendment to the Criminal Code, that paragraph 207(4)(b) be repealed. This paragraph currently prohibits any form of betting on individual races, fights, single sporting events, or athletic contests. If enacted, the amendment would allow provinces and territories to create what is known as a lottery scheme to offer this unique type of betting. Le projet de loi C-218.
Bill 218 contains a seemingly straightforward repeal of the paragraph of the Criminal Code. However, it engages a host of issues that would have consequences ranging from the potential generation of large revenues to unique healthcare consequences and expenses. While each of the potential impacts of the bill need to be carefully considered by my fellow parliamentarians, I would like to begin by highlighting a specific issue. While the vast majority of regulation in the field of gaming is conducted by our provincial partners, the federal government retains responsibility for the supervision and regulation of the pari-mutuel system of betting on horse races across Canada.
The Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food has within her portfolio a special operating agency, the Canadian Pari-Mutuel Agency, or CPMA. This agency, using revenues from its regulation of pari-mutuel betting, provides essential services to an important Canadian industry. Not only does the CPMA work with the provinces to provide a safe betting environment for Canadians who choose to wager on horse racing, it also administers the National Equine Drug Control Program. This drug control program ensures fair play and the stability of one of Canada's oldest industries. This is an industry that supports thousands of jobs across the country, from breeders and farmers to jockeys and trainers. Events such as the North America Cup and the Queen's Plate, the latter being the oldest continuously run race in North America starting in 1860, are not only important Canadian cultural icons, but are also important sources of tourism and other revenues. I highlight the horse racing industry and the role of the CPMA because of the potential effect of Bill C-218 on the future of these two entities. Should single-event sports betting be legalized without careful consideration of the potential impact on one of Canada's oldest industries, the effects could be devastating. A repeal of paragraph 207(4)(b) of the Criminal Code would not only legalize single-event sports betting, but it would also remove the prohibition on the provinces from regulating additional forms of betting on horse racing. As the CPMA currently funds its important programs through a levy on all bets placed through the Pari Mutuel system of betting, a repeal of this protection, found in paragraph 207(4)(b), may also result in removing the majority of CPMA's funding. Without this funding, we could very well see the collapse of this special operating agency that is of special and central importance to the horse racing industry. At this time in particular, all parliamentarians should be clear on the impacts of their decisions on our economy and the impacts on the industry in all regions of our country. C'est pourquoi j'estime qu'il est.
This is why I believe it is critically important to take the time to properly consider, debate, and study the important role the CPMA provides and the future of the industry, which has always served Canada well.
We have a responsibility to the horse racing industry across this country to ensure that we make the right decision. We have a responsibility to vulnerable people in Canadian society to listen to experts in mental health and addictions. We have a responsibility to listen to police officers who investigate organized crime to see how the legalization of what was once seen as a moral vice might affect our modern system of justice and its impacts on illicit activities of organized criminal groups, both here in Canada and abroad. We must also listen to the Indigenous peoples and communities as we work to reestablish Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples on a nation-to-nation basis. We must learn what potential impacts this could have on their communities and nations. Some First Nations and other Indigenous groups across this country have entered into agreements respecting gaming and betting with many of the provinces to share in gambling revenues with the province and manage community activities. These agreements are the result of significant consultation, negotiation, and trust. It is also my understanding that there are likely other Indigenous governments that have expressed an interest in more direct management in gaming and betting. We have a responsibility to listen to Indigenous peoples and communities on these important issues and how this industry may impact and benefit Indigenous peoples and communities. Nous nous trouvons maintenant à un autre moment.
We now find ourselves at another point in history when a new form of gambling is being proposed as an exception to the general prohibition against gaming and betting. As always, Parliament must closely scrutinize the potential impact on Canadians and industry stakeholders. We must determine whether it is appropriate for Parliament to continue to use its criminal law power to prohibit this activity. The United States has recently joined other countries in making this form of gambling available in a regulated space. We have also seen public positions from major industry stakeholders shift over time. However, the role of Parliament remains the same in the need to take the appropriate time to consider how much an amendment will impact our federal system.
On that note, Madam Speaker, I would like to extend my thanks for this opportunity to speak on Bill C-218. I look forward to working with all members of this House on this unique initiative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to speak to this bill as well. I believe that it is an important one. It's important to adopt it and send it on to committee. And I'd like to salute the member for Saskatoon Grasswords for having brought this bill forth, and for the member for Windsor West who had brought this forward in a previous parliament. The objective of this bill is quite simple. Now, I haven't heard many people oppose the bill, but it's quite a simple change, in fact, which will make it possible to bet on a single event. Today, it's possible to vote, but on more than one event. So if you go to Lotto Quebec, for example, you want to bet on a sports event, that person has to bet on a second event at the same time. So does the current legislation prevent this betting? No. But what it does is make it impossible to bet on a single event. And when the government leaves an area open or free like this, someone else fills it in, because nature abhors a void. So criminal organizations are involved, and I'll get into that a bit later. Now, I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, that this is the fourth time that a bill of this nature has come before the House. And I think it would perhaps be high time to adopt it then. 4 times it's come forth, and so it's something that's very relevant. It's also important to note that the context since the last time has changed, because there was a decision from the Supreme Court in the United States that struck down the ability of the federal power to ban states from offering single sport betting. So in the United States now, the federal government cannot tell the states to organize events of this nature. And that also has an impact on us here. We can say, well, no, we don't do that, but it does have an impact because they are our close neighbors. And the tabling of the bill by the member for Windsor back in the day would have had an impact, a geographic impact. It would have motivated the industry to make changes in his area. And this is true for Quebec as well. Plattsburgh is less than 90 minutes away from Montreal. Betting exists, competition is there, and if we don't do something, if it's not done in U.S. casinos, it'll be done illegal on a parallel basis. So the Bloc Québécois then supports this bill for 4 main reasons. The first is that it will enable Lotto Quebec to gather additional revenues. Revenues are going into the wrong hands and the wrong pockets, so we want to bring that back. This will also prevent unfair competition from American casinos, as I mentioned earlier. This will give more opportunities to Quebec gamblers, and it would offer better regulation. And the bill in its title talks about safe and regulated betting, and that's the objective here. It's not an encouragement to bet more. It's to frame and regulate and protect people. And this is part of a general movement towards a legalization of this in North America. There are 17 states, including the state of New York, that have proceeded to legalize this. So we have a choice. We can either watch the train go by or we can get on the train. Now, it's important well, when we don't follow our sheets, we get a little bit mixed up. So I already said that part. I'll move on to the next part. Now, it's important to talk about the federal decision that was made in the United States because it changes the situation. People who may have had objected in the past will realize that this removes most of their objections. And each time I speak here, I have to speak to some asides and speak to Quebec, because if you look at the United States, it's the opposite of Canada. Section 91 here states that the federal government has take precedence over the provinces and the territories, and in the United States, it's the exact opposite. We should have drawn our inspiration from that. Now, if we go to the effects of legalization, this is about protecting people, as I mentioned earlier. My colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, said that someone had committed suicide because of bets. Now, how many families have broken down because of uncontrolled gambling, betting? How many material possessions have been lost at the hands of people who were dishonest when when someone buys back your debt? Well, that's not a good idea, and having it controlled by the state would control and deal with that factor.
Une des raisons supplémentaires d'adopter ce projet de loi, c'est que
another reason to adopt this bill is that in Quebec we've tried to do something. It's not like we didn't try to do anything. In 2016, the Quebec government tried to block access to U.S. gaming sites, and the Superior Court ruled that Quebec didn't have the jurisdiction to do that. So we can't do that. So since the federal government wasn't doing anything, logically, it fell into the hands of organized crime, the mafia, Madam Speaker. Estimates put the amount at $27 million, the revenues for just 1 year for this type of gambling for Montreal's organized crime community. And what do you think they're doing with that money, organized crime in Montreal? They're not buying houses. They're financing other activities. They're spreading their tentacles, their reach. We have to cut these organizations off. We have to deprive them of the money, the oxygen that allows them to operate and spread. When you talk about cheating, one of the main arguments against this is that when you bet on just one sporting event, it'll be a lot easier to fix the competition in question, especially if it's just one individual athlete against another. So, of course, there's nothing to prevent greater surveillance and supervision and increased penalties for that type of rigging. But most major sports event that people bet on, at least there are many of them in Quebec and Canada, but also in the U.S., there's no control over them. So that argument is, I believe, moot. I'd like to quote from the Windsor-Essex Regional Chamber of Commerce that says that legalization and regulation of that income will take it away from organized crime and give it to government, and government will be able to use that money legally to help people. And I should also mention that if there is a legal alternative, people will take advantage of that. In general, whatever you might think, when people have a legal alternative, they tend to make use of it. So there'll be a huge transfer. People will go from illegal sites to legal sites. And that will give local governments the money they need to reduce risks, to deal with gambling addicts and so on. We've talked about what Lotto Quebec is doing in that arena. Obviously, it's not perfect. There's always more that can be done, or better that can be done to discourage people from gambling. But at least government will have better means to help addicts deal with their problems. As I said, this is the fourth time this bill has come before the House. The first time it wasn't debated. The second time, do I have much time left? Okay. So the second time, it was unanimously passed, but blocked in the Senate. I hope this time, if we do vote on it, that it will not get blocked in the Senate, because they're not elected, and that's important to remember. The last time round, it was debated by the Liberal government, which was in a majority at the time, and the arguments were about rigging events, and the second argument was that it was going to encourage compulsive gambling. And as I mentioned, this would give the government more revenue to deal with gambling problems. And in Quebec, we had made a choice to try to make it legal so that we could regulate it. We prefer to allow this and have it in public rather than to have Puritan values that ban this kind of thing. There's only one group currently benefiting from this situation, and that's organized crime. So this bill should be passed. Thank you.
Member for Saskatoon Grassroots for closing remarks. You are on. Members on mute.
You're right. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to conclude debate at second reading on Bill C-218, the Safe and Regulated Sports Betting Act. First off, Madam Speaker, I want to thank all the members from all parties who have risen today to support the important legislation. It's not often you get members from the Conservatives, the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc all rising in favor of a given initiative. But that is what we have here this afternoon. Now, Madam Speaker, this Sunday is the biggest sport betting event of the year. It's the Super Bowl, number 55. Millions of dollars will be wagered here in Canada on everything to the win, to the props, the point spread, and then the coin toss, and so on. Unfortunately, though, Madam Speaker, almost all of that money will be going to offshore websites and criminal organizations. But we can change that. By passing Bill C-218, we can make sure that going forward, profits from sports wagering is put back into our communities, into healthcare, education, problem gambling programs, youth sports, and other important services, rather than the pockets of offshore companies or even criminals. Now, back in December, the government introduced their own legislation to achieve the same goal as C-218. And I supported that legislation. In fact, Madam Speaker, I even told the Minister of Justice months before that he should adopt my bill as government legislation so that we could get it through the process as quickly as possible. I didn't care if my name was on the bill, as long as the much-needed change was made in Parliament. Eventually, the minister finally took me up on my suggestion and then introduced Bill C-13. To show my good faith and desire to work with the minister and the government to get the single event sports betting legalized, I even traded down in the order of precedence to give the government a fair chance to bring their legislation forward. Unfortunately, though, the introduction of the government's bill hasn't sped up the process. In fact, if anything, it has slowed it down. Twice now, the government has canceled debate on C-13 at the last second in favor of other legislation. Now, I get it. The government has priorities, and there are other important pieces of legislation before the House. However, if the government cannot make C-13 a priority, then they don't have to. They can support C-218, and all the work can be done during the private member's business instead of during government business. It is true that there will be some slight differences between my bill and the government's legislation. However, I am confident that those differences can be addressed at the Justice Committee, and that amendments could be made if needed. I am sure that the Justice Committee can make the right decision on this. So, Madam Speaker, let's get to the legislation past second reading, sent to committee, amended if necessary, and then go back to the House so we can get it to the Senate. The legalization of single event sports betting clearly has support from members of all parties, and the government clearly realizes that we should legalize it. Let's not play politics. Let's get this job done. Madam Speaker, Sunday is the biggest betting day in this country, and we are missing out in millions of dollars for our communities. I want to thank all parties again today for their support of legalized single game betting. There is a little bit of difference, as I mentioned, between C-218 and C-13, but let's pass this bill, the private member bill that will come forward in the next shortly 2 weeks, and then we can have the discussion in the Justice Committee. We are open to the amendments. We realize the horse racing industry has issues. Madam Speaker, it's great privilege that I have brought this bill forward. As mentioned before, others from the NDP also brought it forward. And together in the House of Commons, this will be the betterment for the country if we can pass Bill C-218. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Waugh, appuyé par Monsieur Baldinelli.
Mr. Waugh moved that Bill C-218, an act to amend the criminal code, sports betting, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Yes, the Honourable Member for Regina Wasaga.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I request a vote on recorded division. Thank you.
So, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 17th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 16th at 11 o'clock, pursuant to the standing orders.
Once.